Hello, folks. Welcome to St Valborgs Day, the celebration that is unique for Scandinavia, Romania, Germany. Some French people do it to Poland also, maybe. I think they have very locally for Northern Europe and Central Europe. A lot of people celebrate St. Valborg. Yeah, welcome. And do we have sound? Chat, do we have sound? Talk to me, please. I hope so. Oh, thank you. Yeah, this is a gift from drunk me to sober me. I had no idea it was showing up. It's from wish dot whatever, and it's a 4 times XL, but it's 4 times XL Korean or China, so it doesn't fit me. Okay, Lorraine says that sound is good. Hey everyone from Jody, and I know we have apostate Amanda in the chat. Well, I have a few guests here. I will pick them eeny, meeny, miny. Let's go with this lovely couple.
Hello.
Hej.
Hey.
Glad valborg.
Glad valborg. Oh, you have the fire going on.
Yeah, we got the fire going. We're ready to burn the witches tonight. So.
Yeah. Well, I already burned some trash. I mean, I put up a big fire out in the countryside. That Valborg fire, not always only wood.
Very nice, very nice. Yeah, we watched the king's ceremony today. It is his birthday, right? Today.
I don't care, but sure. Solomon Anderson is in the chat. Good to see you. Good to see you. And we have Kayla here. Now I need to introduce most people to someone I think you only know from chat. But he just a few days ago he put out his first English-speaking video, first or second. So everybody cheer and say hello to Broken Baker.
Hello, and thank you for having me on, and gratis with the birthday.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
And
hey, David.
Hey, Broken. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm doing very well. It's 11 p.m., so I'm on my third cup of coffee.
All right. Well, I'm on my first beer, so we're doing good.
Good to see you all. Oh, and I see Helene Tia. Everybody. Indigo says, hey, David and Mrs. Helm.
Hey.
Yeah, because Swedish women really, really like being called their husband's last name.
No, we do not.
It was a struggle just to get her to hyphenate it.
My name is Anderson.
Anderson. Oh, well, we have another Anderson in chat.
Oh yes, Solomon.
Yeah.
But I have 2 S's the real way.
Yeah. Solomon's family originate from up north. Was it Ånge, Åre?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But then again, Anderson is quite a common name in Sweden, so you should never ask if a son name. Oh, are you related?
No.
No. Let's see here. Indigo. Luna,
I want to know if Baker's a family name.
Oh, you couldn't pronounce my family name. I'm named after the farm my great-great-grandfather bought for his wife. So my name is Fredelykke.
Oh, okay.
I'm not pronouncing that.
No,
No.
and it's with all the crazy letters that English people don't understand, and so just call me Baker. It's way easier. My first name is a name that English-speaking people can't pronounce either, so I'll just go by Baker.
Yeah, that's great. Okay, let's start off with something I think is easy for the people in the States who really don't know what the actual heck are we doing. I'll just find it there. Let's see if everybody can see it. Yeah. Valborgsmäss or St Valborgs night. On this night, Swedes welcome the spring with large bonfires. Swedes, Danes, Norwegians, Germans, Romanians, Poles, very locally, sing traditional spring songs and dance around the fire until dawn. Maybe not so much anymore. We watch the fire burn down and then we drink. Well, we drink, then we start the fire, watch it burn down, and then we drink some more. Not an uncommon tradition in Scandinavia, Germany, Poland, Romania. Yeah. Might be a trait from us North Germanic people. Now, who was St. Valborg? St. Valborg was born in 710 as one of many children to a rich English family. Oddly enough, St. Valborg isn't celebrated in England. At the age of 10 or 11, after her parents had died, she came to the monastery and Benedictine nunnery in Wimborne, Dorset, where she spent the next 26 years of her life. Her brothers, Willibald and Wunibald, who were bullied their entire life because of their parents' shoes of name, went to Germany to work as missionaries. Well, that's about. But here we come to the fun stuff. During her life, Valborg is supposed to have performed 2 miracles. Legend relates that she once saved a child from starving with 3 wheat ears and also calmed a rabid dog. So she fed a child and she told an angry dog, calm down, and that was 2 miracles. She was also credited with healing the sick and many women in childbirth. Today she is considered to be the patroness against storms, diseases, plagues, rabies, famine, failed harvest, as well as the patron saint of seamen, invalids, and farmers. Now, apart from that, she is also the patron saint of a few cities around the world or around in Europe. One of these is Antwerpen. So if you are checking out the poll, it is what St. Valborg is not the patron saint of. No, she is not the patron saint of lawyers. I don't think there is a patron saint for lawyers.
I was going to say, I don't know if there is one. We need one, though, definitely.
Yeah, maybe we have one of these angels with odd-looking wings.
It's funny that in Denmark we don't celebrate all these funny Swedish holidays. Our late king Frederick VII, he was known as a crazy king. His doctor and his wife's companion took away all of those days and put it together to one big day. So, and our current government has just canceled that as a day off. So that's we're happy to borrow some of yours.
Oh, we have a lot of them. weird holidays. We have a pancake day.
You guys get the day off for pancakes?
No, we just like pancakes.
Well, you Swedes take any chance you can get to take a day off of work, so that's why I assumed you took it off also for pancakes.
Well, we have an extra long lunch, if that counts.
Okay.
I'm just kidding. I know it's not a holiday. We have these weird things every Thursday, according to law. We have split pea soup and pancakes, because way back when, we had an abundance of peas. So we had, well, somebody had to eat it. So the then king said, every Thursday, split pea soup. And your wife can affirm this, David.
Yep, it's delicious. Ärtsoppa.
Ärtsoppa,
yeah. Yep.
Now, we have a fourth guest, and I like to welcome to the stream the one, the only. Say hello to Solomon Anderson.
Hey,
how's it going, everyone?
Good to see you. Good to see you. Newborn baby and all. I bet you are tired.
I took the time to finally shave after like a week and a half. So
Oh, good to see you. Good to see you. And I have, let's see here. I will do there. I
was going to say, it better be in the chat.
Yeah.
There we
Give
go.
and go is now pinned in the top of the chat for Zachariah Andersons' defense. I have the let's see here. I have the gives and go here. So if you're thinking of sending a super chat, I urge you to go to the gives and go. Give 5, 10, 20, whatever you like, and write your message there, and I will read it from that page instead. Yeah. Okay, so I'll check in on that page once in a while. David has nature all around him. I hear.
Yes.
Yes, I do. You'll see a chicken wandering in the background every once in a while, I'm sure, as well. It's maybe a dog and some other things.
Mm. Well, Solomon, I've seen you around on channels the past couple of weeks. You're doing good.
I've been making some rounds. Yeah, I did a couple of podcasts. Still talking about the case. David, you were instrumental in getting the word out for the first interview, and I think that it's made a difference for people being open-minded or listening to what happened or what transpired. So, thank you.
Yeah, well, yeah, no problem. Yeah, and I was trying to spread the word around Detroit here on terrestrial radio this morning, and it's tough on those sort of things because you've got like 15 minutes, to say what you got to say, and then take some phone calls, and that's about it. But just trying to get it out there, and I know. The host of the show is a former Wayne County executive, and he was looking into it after the little session there I did. So just trying to spread it as much as we can and try to drive awareness, I guess.
Yeah, and on Wednesday, me and Steve Gosney is having a stream where we discuss weak DNA evidence versus strong DNA evidence. And we will compare recent trials with what people may have in recent memory, just to show how incomprehensible, how stupid, the so-called DNA evidence was in the Zachariah Anderson trial. And
and I see a lot of, when I say something about the DNA, particularly the van DNA, everyone comes, with a different opinion. Well, they didn't really say this, they said that. And well, they really didn't say that, they said this other thing. And the problem is it's not clear exactly what the witness testified with regard to the DNA. And it should be crystal clear,
Right.
as to what that DNA sample was.
Yeah, I think that the prosecutor really muddied the water by claiming that the DNA was something that it wasn't repeatedly, or trying to fish out opinion, and it confused a lot of people as to what the nature of that testing meant. I think I posted to the group a video from cybergenetics. There was a guy who was one of the founders of the company, Mark Perlin, that was talking about forensic DNA analysis and how the modern, like the crime labs that we have across the United States, effectively leave it up to the crime lab technician to set the parameters for the size of the field that they're actually testing the DNA against. And that means that they specifically get to establish their own statistical relevance to whether or not the DNA tests positive for an individual or a suspect, and that is not not scientific in nature at all.
No.
I can't remember them talking about as we heard in the other case we're following on David's channel, the quintillion, and the evidence was so weak they didn't even tell us the numbers, and that was a sign that there is no evidence in that. It's just there. It could be, or it should be, or it may be, and it's just a weak argument. If you pull up the DNA, you have to have the numbers to prove to the jury this guy was here at that time, or else it's just non-science, non-evidence.
Yeah, that's
Baker, you're absolutely right. I think that. Go ahead, David.
No. I was just going to say that's the biggest thing that stood out to me in the Zachariah Anderson trial was that they didn't get into those numbers, and you hear it in every other case. So the fact that they didn't get into it is kind of suspect in and of itself, but that's not explained necessarily to the jury. The jury, you don't expect the jury to be on top of that sort of thing, but I feel like they were misled.
Well, I mean, did you expect a jury to understand the statistical relevance? I mean, when numbers are thrown at the jury that make it crystal clear that this DNA is absolutely unequivocally the person of interest, right, or the victim, it really paints a clearer picture. But if you never state it, or if you mislead the jury into believing that it's blood when it's not, then you have an opportunity to tell a different narrative completely. Now, the statistical relevance that you mentioned are actually they're manipulatable based on that size of the pool, the threshold that they set in the laboratory. And this is something that the guy from cybergenetics was talking about, which I found fascinating. That even the statistical relevance that are presented in court are skewed. They're actually polluted already, based on the limited or the changed threshold in the size of the DNA pool that the crime labs test against. And that is disturbing. I think that he cited that out of 85 cases in the state of New York that they retested, 70% of them were incorrect because of the size of the threshold of the pool. That's 70% error on something that we've taken into account as being like concrete, absolute guilt in law or legal proceedings for the last 25, 30 years or whatever it's been since they started testing DNA. And that should disturb everyone in law to their core.
Well, not even that. Sorry. Go ahead, Nicholas.
Welcome people from Aussie Overlaw'd stream. Thank you for showing up. Happy birthday. Thank you so much. And I have to say thank you to Gillian N, who gifted 10 memberships. And the receivers was Lynn Dalton, Audra Smithy, Lorraine W, Just Me, EK from MN, Jackie Kennedy, TJ Kitty, Malcolm Wilhelm, G Hud 67, Jackie Rouge. Yeah, those ones. So thank you so much, Lorraine, for the gifted memberships. For the new members, there are member-only videos ready for you to watch, and have fun with it.
We have a plant name, don't we, coming up?
We have a plant name coming up. That's correct. Should we do it already?
Well, it's up to you. I just remembered that we have a plant name coming up.
Yeah.
I casted my vote. I put in a recommendation. I don't think it got very high.
So I'm going to do this. Everybody, see the plant. This was the plant I repotted on the member video, and I gave the opportunity to the members to name the plant. And there were 4 different suggestions, and the winner was Hugo.
Oh, all right. Hugo won.
That's my nephew's name.
Yay!
Nice.
But there was only a 2-vote margin to the second place. So I decided that, Hugo needs something else. So it is Hugo, the ass burner, who came in first and second with only 2 votes separating them. So, hello. I had to. I just had to.
Did you hear about the giraffe? There was a baby giraffe born in a zoo, and they put out a naming thing, and someone put a bunch of accents above letters and submitted Fukfase. And that won. So the giraffe's name was Fukfase.
Oh, yeah. Oh, well, I saw that I have that St Valborgs is a patron saint for among other things invalids. So I think it's supposed to say old invalid, but the spelling's the same. So I'm drinking old invalid today. Which is well, yeah. And this is port wine. So yeah, I'm being fancy today. Oh,
I left the vodka in the cabinet. I'm just drinking beer tonight.
I was going to say last time you downed like a whole was that 250? How big was that bottle of vodka that you had last time?
More than I can handle. That's all I know.
I saw your ears were turning red by the end of it. I knew that you had done yourself.
Yeah. That was rough. I drank a lot of bread for lunch, or ate a lot of bread. Jeez.
He's not Swedish enough to handle it.
I thought it was a sweet, so I brought some snaps. It's a locally brewed snaps, so
yeah,
I'll try that.
Well, I'm sure Mrs. Helm was overjoyed.
I work all the time, so I wasn't here, so he can, he can enjoy himself.
I do have some good American bathtub made moonshine. If we get that far tonight, I'll break that up.
Yeah. Skål. Skål. Cheers.
Skål.
For St Valborgs, and for me, sure, and for Hugo, the ass burner.
I'll go grab a cider at least.
Yeah.
There you go.
Well, I promised some. Welcome as a new member, Rainman WYC, as a new member. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. Okay. Tweety US News. Where are we? Yeah, you were transferred from Aussie Overlaw'd's stream to mine. Hi, I'm. Let's see here. I will put. I have it somewhere. There. You're at this channel. And yeah, so welcome. And I promised some topics today, and one of them I have to get rid of. There. Maybe this will be. No, we don't need no. There. Promised you some topics. One of them was nudity.
We can always do with some nudity.
Welcome to Scandinavia.
Well, depending.
Yeah.
But
you Danes love to be nude. I've seen your movies.
It's more the Germans.
Yeah.
I think I just saw a news article about a German man who owned like an apartment or a multi-unit complex that was sued and then won the lawsuit for the right of sunbathing naked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, this is it.
Hey!
Let's see what they have to say. New landlord, no excuse for holding back rent, rules German court. Frankfurt judges said people would have to lean far out of window to see naked sunbathing in courtyard. Says here, the German court has said that a landlord sunbathing naked in the courtyard of his building was not a reason for his tenants to reduce their rental payments. The case involved a building in an upmarket residential district of Frankfurt, which included an office floor rented by a human resources company, HR. The company withheld rent because it objected, among other things, to the landlord's naked sunbathing. In response, the landlord sued. The Frankfurt State Court on Wednesday rejected the company's reasoning, finding that the usability of the rented property was not impaired by the plaintiff sunning himself naked in the courtyard. Yeah, good call.
It could be an added bonus, depending.
Yeah.
I mean, it's almost never a bonus, David.
No, the people who likes to be nude shouldn't be nude.
Exactly.
No.
Yeah.
But take a trip up the west coast of Jutland every summer, and you will see thousands of naked Germans. And it's not the naked Germans you want to see. It's the more pear-shaped, apple-shaped kind of Germans.
Yeah, and the pear shape and apple shape is not where it's supposed to be either.
No, it's low-hanging fruits.
Okay.
There's a reason we drink so much in Scandinavia.
Yeah. Chat, get that picture out of your head. Let's see here. We have here Alice Elliott. Happy birthday, Niklas. Solomon, have you heard from Zach yet? Also, has anyone reached out to Andrea Burkhardt? She is a YouTube appellant attorney.
Yes, we heard from Zach. He was released from solitary today, so he had called me and talked to me. So he wanted me to let everybody that was concerned know that he was released from solitary confinement and that he's okay. He's just gonna spend some time catching up on all the letters and emails that he received while he was in the hole for the last week.
Why was he in the hole? I didn't hear about that. I must have missed it.
Well, as it turns out, they had a new guard that was being showed duty stations, and this new guard came through and told him and a few of the other inmates that tablets need to be turned in at 9. And Zach objected to that, saying, "Well, it's pretty standard for us to turn it in at 9:30, so we all have an opportunity to say goodnight to our loved ones." And the guy took issue with it. Had confiscated the tablets the following night. Intentionally didn't charge his tablet, so it was dead the following day. And then they grouped everybody up in the block, searched all their cells, threw away a bunch of personal effects, and then patted him down, and even to the point where the guy that was the new guard had put his finger between his butt cheeks while he was patting him down, and then they put him in solitary for a week.
Okay.
not good.
Yeah.
But he said that it seems to be the status quo there. It's not the first time that something like that's happened.
Yeah, it's horrifying to hear. Sadly, it's not unheard of either.
Right.
Can only hope he can hang in there. The sentencing May 16th, I believe.
Yeah, we have almost 2 weeks, or a little over 2 weeks, and then it'll be sentencing, and we're trying to get everybody together and maybe go have a picnic at a park and a meet and greet for all the people that want to join us for the sentencing. Just to say hi and prove that we're human beings. You know how that goes, and then we'll go into the courtroom and I'm planning on speaking on Zach's behalf.
I apologize to the chat for bringing the mood down. I was just curious. I didn't hear that.
It's all right. There were a lot of people that were wondering, David, but don't feel bad about it. It is just some issues that have come up with the jail and their abuse of power personally and what they've done to him and to a lot of other inmates, actually.
Yeah. There, David, down to the bottom you go. There. Fiery Red Podcast. Skål, Niklas. Have a great day. Hello, panel and chat. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Yeah, okay. Skål. I'm not a stranger to that. Yeah. Sadly, when it comes to prison sentence, and especially when it comes to the crimes that Zach has been convicted of, I wish I could say it gets better. But
Well, prison is usually better than jail. They have like time to exercise. There's a yard. There's a little bit more humanity in prison than in jail.
Yeah.
Jail, there's a lot more abuse.
Oh,
and it's funny how jobs in those places kind of attract people who like to have power, and it's probably not the people you want to hang around in those places. It's so sad that, of course, if you're convicted, you have to do your time, but you don't have to be suffering doing your time. You have to pay your debt, and in this case, I'm sure that he was not guilty. But even if you have to go in and being guilty, you still have to be treated like a human being. And far too often you see people just going on this power trip and treating other people like a word we can't say on YouTube before 2 hours. So it's so sad to see, and it's not just in the US. It's everywhere. There are these guards who probably been picked on in their youth, and then finally got a job where they could be the bully, and it's just sad to see, and I'm very sad to hear about it.
Yeah, I mean, the worst part is that they don't really separate in the United States people that are accused versus people that have been convicted of a crime in the jails either. So you have people that are supposed to be innocent, right? Being held with people that are convicted of a crime of some sort, and they're just held in group containment and treated to the same levels of I mean, borderline subhuman treatment. I mean, they really ride that line pretty hard, and it's really, like you said, the power dynamic. It seems to be a constant struggle between proving that they're in control as the guards. And I mean, to be fair, it's a hard job. There's a lot of people that don't feel like they should be in there at all, and there's a lot of hostility about this situation. And in the defense of the CEOs, it's a very, very difficult job to maintain some modicum of order in a facility like that. But there are better ways or different ways to do it.
Sure.
Let's see. Yeah. Fire Red, praying for bro and family. Yeah. If you, whatever entity you believe in, prayer doesn't hurt. Yeah. Let's see if we can. Whoops. I almost. There. Let's try this again. It said in a statement that it couldn't see an inadmissible, deliberately improper effect on the property. Judges were ruling on an appeal against a lower court decision that went in the landlord's favor, and the tenant had only limited success overall. They found that the tenant had been entitled to reduce rental payments for 3 months only because of noisy construction work in the neighborhood. The court said the spot where the landlord sunbathed could only be seen from the rental office by leaning far out of the window. Yeah. Now, if you are running an HR company, which I guess has a lot of female employees, and I read in a German newspaper, I won't bring that up because maybe it's just me and Broken Baker who understand some German, and it would be unfair to the rest of the chat and stuff. Apparently, this landlord, even in his 50s, is well trained and well hung. So yeah.
So he should charge extra rent.
Yeah, for the entertainment.
Yeah. For the view.
Yeah, office with a view. Yeah, maybe not ocean view, but yeah, view. Okay, we hear Solomon needs to shake his mic cord, crackling a bit. Okay.
I don't have a boom mic. It's actually on my computer, so I'll do my best.
Okay. Let's see here. Is Niklas in Sweden? Yeah, I am. I'm closer to Broken Baker than Sweden's capital. So
it's a long drive from southern Sweden, Helsingborg area. I'm going to say it wrong.
Helsingborg.
Thank you. Up to Stockholm. It's like 8-9 hours. It's a long drive.
Not.
Yeah,
It's
it is.
5 hours.
It feels longer.
No.
I drive to Helsingborg in 40 minutes, maybe, from me. Yeah. So yeah. Let's see what else we have here. He must not be that hung if they had to lean over that far to see him. Well,
I'm just trying to figure out if an American landlord could get away with that.
No,
I feel
I
like,
can't.
well, so with that last line, like they had to only looking out the window of the rental office and like looking far out. I think he might be able to get away. I don't know.
Isn't it public?
I don't know. Americans are so sensitive these days.
Yeah.
I mean, you would have to be in a state that really promoted nudity, like maybe California, because they're kind of on the fence about how people can express themselves. But most of it, I don't see that flying, especially not in the Midwest. We're way more conservative.
Not in the Midwest.
Oh, it could in
San Francisco.
Yeah.
Anything goes in San Francisco.
So I heard. Now, when I was looking for stuff to talk about, I found the Mirror Weird News, and this. Yeah, so let's have a few of those.
Zombie dating.
Woman issues warning over new zombie dating trend. What, dating Letitia, maybe? I don't know.
Oh, that's why vampire dating.
Vampire dating, yeah. Dating trend that is even worse than ghosting. Not only do hopeless romantics have to deal with the awkward and upsetting trends like breadcrumbing and ghosting. I have no idea what breadcrumbing is. Is that laying out a trace and nothing happens?
Leading someone along, probably, I'm guessing, with no fruit at the end of it, or with like
and then there's
sort of like teasing that they get to know you, but then don't do it.
Yeah, and it's breadcrumbing, and it's witch in the end of it. But now also zombieing, it turns out. This according to singer-songwriter Marielle Darling, who is taken to TikTok, where you go to find the truth, to share the latest trend in the dating scene, and it's not one you want to be involved in. In a short clip, she said, "Girl, you're being ghosted, I'm being zombied. It's like Ghosted, but he comes back from the dead after a couple of months and hits you up." Oh.
Okay.
In response, one user said, "Have you ever noticed that they all zombie you at the same time? Like, why are 4 guys from my past all hitting me up on the same day?"
It was that one social media post you put out there. That's why.
Yeah.
That picture from you after the gym where had hit the right spot with the lighting and totally not to thirst trap anyone, just a picture of your workout.
Guys are not that complicated, ladies.
No, not at all.
If you don't understand us, you're probably thinking too hard. You know,
probably.
Show up naked, bring beer, hand me a sandwich, I'm good. We are only 40 minutes in. Maybe I should cool that. Let's see what else we have here. George Knapp fears that Russia may have made contact with aliens. Okay. Russia contacted aliens who beamed back photos in secret program. Expert claims. Expert in what?
I've seen a lot of experts on that Aliens Built the Pyramid show.
Oh, maybe it's one of those. The secret UFO program saw scientists use psychic abilities to contact aliens in a bid to harness their technology, an expert has claimed. Scientists in Russia are feared to have contacted aliens and collected cosmic intelligence using psychic abilities. US journalist and UFO investigator. Expert, yeah. George Knapp claims the country developed a practice called remote viewing. Well, a television?
Let's figure that out too.
Which allow them to essentially see into the minds of aliens and harness their technology. Yeah, that's believable.
I think that if Russia had done that in the 1990s, their economy would be a lot better than it is.
Yeah.
The CIA did the remote viewing. What is the remote viewing? I wonder what that is.
I have no idea.
Thank you, Shizu Wiznut, for $5. I came by to hit the like button and put a smile on your face. Have a happy birthday. Don't work too hard. Sure. Thank you. According to my boss, I never work too hard. Yeah. Let's see. Knapp said the witnessed remote viewing during a visit to Russia in the 1990s on a trip to find out more about their alien research program. Speaking on the Weaponized podcast with investigative filmmaker Jeremy Corbell, Knapp said they have this gigantic UFO study that goes on for 10 years and then another one replaces it. And they're trying to figure out how do we duplicate alien technology. Yeah, he looks believable. While in Russia, he claimed to have met with Lieutenant General Alexei Yurevich Savin, who apparently wanted to tell the public about the research. He had developed, in essence, a remote viewing. Okay.
Remote viewing is a psychic meditation. Psychic meditates.
Isn't that the thing that the man who stared at goats was trying to do?
That's exactly what I was thinking.
He was sitting in a room and then he could see what some guy in Russia was thinking or something like that.
Yeah, so the U.S. did the same stuff too, in like not that long ago, like the 80s or 70s or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't know that the U.S., when they were doing the research, they related it to alien technology. They were just trying to figure out whether or not psychics actually had psychic abilities. So they took people that claimed to have such a strong connection and did weird black box or light bulb box tests and all kinds of stuff. So
yeah, I don't think it ended up working at the end.
No.
My wife's got to leave. She's saying bye.
Nej.
Okay.
Bye.
Okej, vi ses. Jag måste gå och rida mina hästar.
Ja.
Hej
Lycka till med hästarna.
Ja då, det blir bra. Vi ses kanske nästa år.
Ja, jag hörde det. Januari. Kanske.
Ja, gör vi.
Ja.
Hej då.
Ja.
Hej.
Hey.
There's like two people in the room that understood you guys.
It was really clear.
Yeah.
You Americans need to learn some languages.
Yeah.
I try. She refuses to teach me. Every time I go to Sweden, I struggle with it. I work on it because I have others that are willing to teach me. But when I'm here, she'd rather just talk to me in English.
Yeah, and when she's standing in the kitchen with your mother-in-law and they're talking Swedish, you shouldn't be understanding what they're saying. It's probably for the best.
Yeah, probably, actually, yeah.
As it turns out, I managed a Japanese restaurant at one point in time, and I took Japanese when I was in college, and I had understood enough of what my very Japanese sushi chefs were talking about to then hear exactly what they were saying about me. You're right. You don't want to know.
That's awesome. Yeah, I kind of wanted to learn just enough so I can figure out if they're talking about me. But I haven't gotten there yet.
They probably are talking about you. You don't need to learn Swedish for that.
And if they are talking about you, you don't want to know what they're saying.
True.
My sister was in Rome on a vacation, and they always stay at the same hotel because they were married in Rome. And she talked to the owner of the hotel, and she speaks a bit Italian, and then they could hear this couple from Jutland talking about, oh, she thinks she's all that, and look at her, and she just turned around and said, you should try this and this, it's really good. And those old people, they just, you could put them in your pocket. They were so small after it.
It's kind of like having a superpower, I imagine, if kind of listening in on people's thoughts.
I mean, a little bit. I did admonish them for it because it was not appropriate. It was pretty disrespectful. But the look on their face when I busted them for what they were saying was somewhere between awe and horror.
Yeah, a work colleague of mine has quite an interesting way with his mother-in-law and his wife. When they have this is strange for you Americans maybe. In Sweden we have 4 weeks of paid vacation in the summertime. So he sends his wife and mother-in-law a week in advance to where they are going, so they can bullshit about him for a full week, and then he joins them.
Then they're all talked out.
Yeah.
Smart guy.
Yeah. And thank you, Jamie, for your $5 super chat. I will see you tomorrow, Jamie. And have a happy birthday. I will. I'm working on it. And let's see here. There. Let's see here. We have. Oh, wrong tab. There. Recent donations, $10 from Gillian Nemec, sending strength to Zach and all of your family and intention for a successful appeal. Let's free him. And Mads, $50, 14 minutes ago. Thank you so much, Mads. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Trying to find there.
See,
yeah, what
for your birthday. Happy birthday.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, we are when the stream started, we now have doubled. So we have 78 people. Maybe a few of the people from Aussie Overlaw'd need to know who we are. And yeah, let's start with me because it's my birthday. So I get to call the shots. I'm Nick. I am union rep. I do labor law. That's what I do normally. On my channel, I follow trials, current events in the legal fields, and starting to really enjoy it. So have a nice time in the chat watching us make a fool of me, and subscribe, like. Let's go with Solomon. Tell the people who you are.
Well, my name is Solomon Anderson. My brother Zachariah was convicted just about a month ago now of a bunch of crimes: first-degree intentional homicide and 2 counts of stalking, and then hiding a corpse. These kind gentlemen over here have been kind enough to have me on to speak about what really happened, where the state went wrong, and how the jury potentially got this decision wrong with there being little to no evidence. I appreciate their time. As it turns out, it's my wife's birthday today, so we're celebrating that today as well. So that's she gave me permission to come join the stream today, just so you're aware.
Well, thank your lovely wife for this, and happy birthday. Mine isn't until a few days, so but I'm having a day off tomorrow, so I can have a drink or a bottle of Cheers to Solomon's wife.
There we go.
Happy birthday.
Now, attorney David Helm, who are you?
Yes. Yes, so I'll look into the camera. Yeah, I'm attorney David Helm. I have my Michigan Law Show as my channel, MLS Law Show on YouTube. It's been around for a few years, but just recently started streaming trials and doing some other things. We are currently covering the Letitia Stout trial. It's really annoying. Not annoying, she's annoying. But it's kind of a fun trial. There's zombies and Tupac is still alive and all kinds of great stuff. And so we are, so we're streaming that. We should be wrapping up this week and then on to other things. But my first stream trial was actually Solomon's brother, Zachariah Anderson. And so you can check it out. I'm sure people have dropped it in the chat. If not, I'll drop a link in there. You guys can check out my channel.
And Broken Baker, I'll give you 30 seconds because we have someone waiting in the background here.
Well, I'm the Broken Baker. I'm from Denmark. I normally talk about Danish politics. It's a riveting subject in Danish, so nobody watches that. I follow all these law chats because in Denmark, I'm what's called a layman. That's called a juror in the US. So I'm most of the time, David is streaming. I'm in his chat saying stupid things about vampires and Tupac. And I'm starting to put out some cases in Denmark about, we have had 2 murder cases where charges have been brought with young women, one in 231 pieces. And now I'm trying to make videos in English, but it's kind of hard to try to think in Danish and speak English at the same time.
Well, more power to you. I like
40
your
seconds.
Yeah, no, I liked your 2 videos, so they've been good.
Thank you. Thank you very
The
much.
English ones.
And now let's welcome, well, you all know her. We all know her. Stef the Alter Nerd.
Hey
Hello.
up, everyone. How y'all doing? Lovely to meet, actually, most of you, really. Hello, Solomon.
Hello.
Anderson, the Broken Baker, Attorney David Helm. Lovely to meet you guys. And hey up, Nicholas,
Yeah.
again. How's it going,
Hey.
mate? Happy birthday, by the way.
Thank you. I'm working on it, and well, I'm drinking what I am, which is Sandeman, old invalid, or invalid, but well, potato.
Pretty much. Yeah. I'm drinking this. Yes, Ribena. No alcohol at all. I'm not allowed it. So there we go.
I was going to say, alcohol comes in a paper carton these days.
I wish.
Oh, you
No.
have no
Box
idea.
wine.
Oh, well, yeah, it's
For a
box
second,
wine.
For a second, I thought
I
that
was-
was Ensure. Just, you know, like the old invalid drink, Ensure.
Well, Steph, you haven't. I think you have met David, and I
Nope.
think you have seen. No, you haven't.
No, we haven't met. Hi.
No. Hello,
I've
David.
seen you in the chat a little bit. Yeah, nice to meet you.
Yeah.
I've heard your name about, and I've seen you in the chat. So
Hmm.
that's the extent of it. But nice to meet you.
Lovely to meet you, mate.
Steph, you can always see on Popcorn Planet. She's almost always on Jeff's Drunken Stupor. Legal Vices F-it Friday, which should be this Friday.
I thought it was the Friday after.
Oh, the 12th.
Although,
Okay.
is it usually the first Friday of the month? I think it is, isn't it?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I might show my face for like 15 minutes and then go, because that'll be like, I'll be down in London at that point for the coronation. So I'm going to be busy Friday, Saturday, Sunday for that.
Well, and
You pay attention to that stuff. Nicholas doesn't care that it's the Swedish king's birthday today.
I'm not really a royalist, and
Fair
I
enough.
do know that our king and the British late queen was both second and third cousins.
And our
Okay.
queen and your king is first cousins.
Yeah.
Our queen's mother was a Swede.
Yeah.
So
That's why we got word of all of them after World War I.
I'm just
one big
thinking,
family
if you're an
fighting.
American stumbling into this stream, you must be so confused. You have Nicholas with the Swedish accent, my Danish accent, and Steph Yorkshire accent.
Yes!
It
Yeah,
must be
what
very
about
confusing
that?
to hear all
West
these
side.
accents.
Let's see. And Solomon
I have
Anderson.
something to show you, Steph, about the coronation. I just have to go find a picture. I'll be back.
Go for it.
Yeah. Solomon Anderson is Zachariah Anderson's brother, and Zachariah Anderson is a trial that was covered about a month ago, where me, Aussie Overlaw'd, Jeff, and a bunch of other people, when the conviction came down, we just went, huh? Because I tell you, there is no physical evidence that points to Zachariah Anderson. None.
There's
And
no
the
even
prosecution-
circumstantial evidence. There's no cell phone data. There's no witnesses seeing a guy that looked like him. There's no fingerprints. There's no DNA of the defendant at the crime scene. There's nothing. It's the most.
Yeah.
They convicted him on a motive, and motive's not even an element.
And a lapse in cell phone activity. So because he didn't use his cell phone while he took a nap, they said that he had the opportunity to commit the crime. And moreover, they had evidence of someone that wasn't him at the crime scene handling the alleged victim's phone, and they still went forward with prosecuting my brother.
Oh yeah, they also don't have a body.
Right.
So
that's why I said alleged.
Yeah.
That's just a detail.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just a minor detail.
Yeah.
Ridiculous conviction. And I understand that you can be, you know, a jury is there to weigh the evidence and is to, make a determination and give credit towards, you know, maybe one piece of evidence over another and things like that. But when it's so one-sided and they still convict, it was amazing to me.
Yeah. So
I'm wondering if you know what who this handsome young man is.
The then Prince Charles.
Yeah, that's my mom. She didn't speak any English, but she had this Danish way of speaking English. You just yell louder in Danish until people understand you. So my dad did a lot of work with the former pilots who fell down in Denmark in the Second World War, and the graves of them. So he was invited to the British Embassy every year. So one time they met King Charles and had tea with him. She was very proud of it, and my dad's just standing in the background. Typical of their marriage.
Yeah. Now,
cool.
yeah. So now, you, Steph, you walked into me reading from the Mirror.
Way up.
Yeah.
Yeah. So tabloid from UK. What are we reading from Mirror for? Proceed with caution.
I will go back to the start because this is amazing. Russia contacted aliens who beam back photos in secret program.
What the hell do you say? I mean, the title of that article just says it all. You don't need to know anything else. Needs a straight jacket and, you know, a padded room, maybe. Like, what the frick?
Yeah.
If Russians are going to contact anyone, why would it be Russia?
Yeah, but that's not clear here.
And how would the aliens contact back? Because technically speaking, they wouldn't be able to understand the language that they're receiving. So how would they know to respond back?
You're going into way too many details.
Yep.
Way too many details.
Yeah. Here you have the answer. U.S. journalist and UFO investigator George Knapp claims the country developed a practice called remote viewing, which allowed them to essentially see into the minds of aliens and harness their technology. See, there was a way.
So they basically figured out the power of 11 from Stranger Things.
Yeah.
Yeah, get boned. This dude. Wow. What the frick?
Now, this is from Mirror's Weird News. And I'm amazed they still call it news. I find this amazingly funny. Let's see here. Woman praised for ultimate revenge on neighbor who kept stealing her parcels.
Okay, so what should she do?
Yeah. A woman had taken to Reddit to share how she got revenge on her nightmare neighbor who kept stealing her parcels and hopes the booby trap was enough to stop her from targeting her ever again.
Is this like the National Enquirer in the U.S.?
No.
Or is this like a legitimate...
So this is a section of the Mirror where they're going on weird news. A lot of outlets have this, in all honesty. Even like the legitimate ones will kind of report on the weird and wonderful. This is a tabloid, but it's not as bad as the National Enquirer where they literally just, you know, are that insane. No.
So there's supposed to be some sort of credibility behind these stories. Is the idea.
I mean, the Huff Post has a weird and wonderful section, and you know, other outlets as well. So there is a thing for it. But how did this one stop the neighbour from stealing parcels? What was the booby trap?
Well, let's see here. A woman got the ultimate revenge on her nuisance neighbor who kept stealing her mail. When she isn't home to take her parcels immediately, She claimed her upstairs neighbor takes them as their own. While she doesn't order anything to the house of significant value, she is fed up of having to replace her craft supplies. Taken to Reddit, she said, I suspected that my upstairs neighbor has been stealing some of my mail. Blah, 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 blah.
You're supposed to say yada, yada, yada.
Oh, yada, 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 yeah. One day I caught her wandering around my front door, and when I asked her what she was doing, she said, oh, I was looking for something. I think I dropped it into your yard. Coincidentally, yeah, I got surveillance cameras installed a while ago, which were not noticeable to my neighbors. The cameras that pointed at my front door isn't visible from the driveway. You can only see it if you're in my backyard. Wanting to catch them in there, she set up a booby trap, and a light-fingered neighbor fell for it right away. She said, I purchased a few postage boxes and made up a booby trap for her. The first one was a glitter bomb. Oh, have you seen these videos? The glitter bomb videos?
Insane.
Oh,
they go everywhere. They're a nuisance and they're awful.
Yeah. Oh, this. Oh.
Have you seen the one where they put skunk spray in it? So
yeah.
It must be so terrible.
I mean, I guess don't be a thief. I think that's the solution, right?
Well,
again,
that's an easy answer.
Let's see. Well, the first one was a glitter bomb. I set up the box to make sure she would get glitter to the face as soon as she opened it. I packed it to make it look like a postage parcel, then set it at my front door. About 20 minutes later, I saw her walking to my front door. She looked around, then picked up the box and walked away. My only regret is that I didn't see her reaction when she got a face full of glitter. I haven't noticed any other mail going missing after that, but she will regret it if she does it again. The second trap will be much worse. While most users praised her for getting revenge, others said they would have done much worse in her position. One user said, great revenge. Too bad you don't have a video of her opening the box. Have you seen each other since then? I wonder how she will react next time she sees you. And glitter box, yeah.
Effective.
I like
Very
the picture
effective.
they put on it.
It makes me wonder if you could do like in a situation like this where the person lives above you and they're connected to your Wi-Fi, if you could use a camera inside of it to watch the box open, like straight down the barrel, if you would.
There is a guy, he's like a former NASA scientist that does YouTube now. And he did a glitter bomb with cameras on the inside, and then they tracked it and picked it up later. And so they have all the video and everything from it. And these people look on their face, and then they put like a stink spray in it too, so it stinks and then glitters. It's awesome.
Yeah, I have. Let's see if I can. Let's see here. I'm still not getting used to this. Oh, there. I'm sure he doesn't mind me showing this off. This is for legal analysis, since this is a legal channel. So we're doing this for research purposes and as such, fair use.
I just streamed an entire HBO documentary. I think we'll be okay.
You guys can all screw off because YouTube tried to shut me down earlier on. I had the Markle family interview all teed up. I was stopping and starting it every few seconds, giving my commentary. YouTube then shut me down for violation of freaking copyright. I'm like, hello, fair use, bitches. Like, what the hell? So, yeah. I fought my way around it and got my live back up, but yeah.
Yeah, no, it's not fun. I've seen LawTube, if you can call it that. We're not as much affected by this because I believe they maybe think they will have a hard time suing lawyers or something.
Yeah, they basically know not to screw with you guys because you guys know what you're doing. You can screw back even better.
Oh, I just realized that the line I have here with people has a second line. I hope you're still here. Aussie, are you there? Have you been waiting for an hour? For 30 minutes?
So did he go to bed? What time is it his time? Oh, it's like 13 hours ahead, right?
Ah!
He's on a call.
He's there, just on the phone.
I think they tried to hit Nick a couple of times with those fair use claims, and Nick Ricada, and he just hammers them with the same line every time, and wins it in 2 seconds.
What's the line?
You have to put the beginning of the complaint. There's something in the beginning with you have to swear this and this or something. I can't remember. He says this in a couple of videos how he gets around these complaints, because it's fair use and you can't argue it's not fair use. But
I got a hit once. I did a review of My Cousin Viddy for how accurate it was or not accurate, and YouTube struck it and took it down and said copyright. I can't remember what my response was, but it was back up in like a day.
Yeah, but there's some line in you get a letter where there's something that Nick says you have to copy it in, and then it goes through almost instantly. He's been hit with every kind of suspensions and
I believe he
give him, and he gets out of them because there's some lines you have to copy and put into your response.
I believe he's writing it almost as an affidavit, that he writes it in there in legal lingo.
Some of them, when he do it on stream, after a few of those bottles over there, he uses language I wouldn't believe is law school languages. So, but he says there are 2 lines in the start of the letter you get somewhere in the letter that you have to copy into the reply. I can't remember it right now, but he has done it maybe 2 or 3 times on stream. So maybe reach out to him and ask what's the part you have to copy and put into the reply is.
Yeah,
maybe. I've never had a problem though, except for that one, My Cousin Vinny.
No, I don't have any issues at all. I have one video where someone claimed the music, but this was generic non-copyrightable music I used. So I sent it back. This is the music, blah, 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 blah. Then they sent back, more or less, we don't believe you. And I sent back, well, I am in Sweden, so you have to send it over here. And then I never heard from them again. And then 30 days came and went, and nothing happened. So maybe it's because I'm way over here. It's hard for an American company to claim they have subpoenaed me or whatever when I'm across the ocean.
Yeah, but there's some people. Nick's channel is a big channel, and he's unpopular in some communities. So I bet he gets struck a lot. That's. I've only been doing this for like 6 months, and the bad part is you have to watch everything. You have to learn all these rules and understand what you can say and what you can't say, and still you're not sure that your channel is there the next day. And I think it's hard to navigate. And what's the copyright laws? Do I follow the American laws or do I follow the Danish law? And I think it's kind of hard to find out what we have to do.
Yeah, I'm not really sure because since I'm Swedish based on our corporate. Hi Aussie, how long have you been in the background?
20 minutes. I figured you were trying to space things out. It's fine.
I'm so sorry. I didn't realize that under the screen I have here, I see here, here's me, here's what I'm going to show, here's Baker, his Helm, his Solomon, his Stef, and then down to the left as well. What's that? Oh, I can scroll down.
You know, he did put a private message out at like 6 p.m. So.
Yeah, making fun of that Mirror article. But anyway, Nicholas, how have you been? Good day, my friend. Congratulations and happy birthday.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I was hoping you were coming on because I found something.
I'm concerned.
Does it have to do with his Pokemon collection?
No, let me do this. Now, I found a very, very elegant Australian wine. Of course.
Ozzy knows straight away what this thing is.
Of course, it says Great White.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Aussie, as you should.
Chardonnay. In a cask. Love it.
And it's fruity.
Free Chardonnay.
So I'm going to open this elegant package of delicious white wine, I hope, by unscrewing it, as you do.
Fruity white wine.
Look, it could be worse. We have them in a cask box, or you just get them in the goon foil bag. And it's literally, it's like a bar tap, and you can pour it directly out into the glass.
Well, it looks like white wine. Yes, it's white. I have no idea about this.
Well, technically, this is the thing about white wine. It's not white, it's yellow.
Let's not be racist.
Hey, how can you be racist against wine? Come on, Ozzy.
Okay,
if I say I prefer white wine to red wine, it does that, like, you know, does your woke warrior wake up at that point?
Oh, I couldn't give a shit, honestly. But I can tell you right now that the social justice warriors will be up in arms over it, Steph. They're just going to start typing like there's no tomorrow.
I was going to say, Steph, I'm pretty sure you just insulted at least 3 classes of people in the United States by saying that. So,
okay, all right. A bolo to all social justice warriors. You can all kiss my fat, white Yorkshire ass, get a cactus, lace it with chili oil and shove it up your backside. Like, shit. No, I'm literally just pointing out the inaccuracy and the illogical nature of calling white wine when it looks yellow.
Well, this has a slight watery urine color.
Thank you. Call a spade, come on.
And let's compare. Here I have some. Yeah, that's red.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's not red.
Mm-hmm. I can't wait for this. I want to know his thoughts on it. This is going to be great.
And if I'm only 1 hour and 18 minutes in. Why does it taste like apple juice?
It specifically said it was fruity.
Did you say
yeah.
pepper juice?
Apple juice.
Apple juice.
Apple juice.
Okay. I thought you said, why does it taste like pepper juice? I'm like, what? Apple juice. Well, yeah, it does
I think
taste fruity.
the social justice warriors will be more enraged if you don't find it fruity enough.
This is true.
The fruitier, the better.
Yeah. Mind you,
Nicholas, it's got to be that fruity, dude, that it's got to turn you fruity. That's when the SJWs will turn around and say, yes, we are satisfied. SJW approved, yes.
Solomon, I have so many questions for these foreigners about what they think of the American SJW movement and all this wokeness.
I'm just pissed off that you're exporting it over here. That is what's really getting up my goat.
Yeah, you can get fucked. Sorry, I'm pissed off as well that it is exporting over to UK as well. It's getting ridiculous.
I want to know how.
Backlash against it, thank goodness.
I want to know how the hell you get American ideology sovereign citizens in Australia and the UK. We don't have a Bill of Rights, for God's sakes.
Are they sending the UCC too?
Yes!
I mean, I wish that I had anything better for you. you understand that it's not David or me sending that to you. There's a whole bunch of other people doing that.
Yeah.
Trust me.
Yeah. It's like,
And
you don't think
furthermore,
HGWs
how
are
dare you
stupid?
ascribe
Oh,
a
they
type
go
of
beyond.
fruit to that wine? It's up to the wine to decide what type of fruit it tastes like.
Hang on. Is the wine over 18 years of age? Then it can decide for itself.
Or technically 21 in America.
Ooh, good point.
But yeah, we've got it's Australians 18 as well, isn't it? Like
Yeah.
UK.
Yep.
Sweet. I actually started drinking alcohol when I was 16. I was a little bit of a late bloomer.
Oh,
My mates started when they were like 14 and all that jazz.
Yep.
What, Denmark, you don't have a drinking age. In Sweden, you have it, what, like 16 or something?
Sweden is 18 in pubs and 20 to buy in shops in our alcohol monopoly. That is why it's perfect to live in the south of Sweden, because I have 40 minutes to Denmark where I can buy good beer at a good price.
Yeah, my father-in-law takes the ferry over to Denmark to go beer shopping. That's the only time he takes it.
Yeah.
I think you have to be, I can't remember if it's 16 or 18 to legally buy it in shops in Denmark. You have to be 18 to go into a disco and get it served or into a bar. But, I think I was 13 when I went to my first, we had these in a sports, what do you call it?
Lynn, I will talk to you later.
and we started at 13. So
you mean like an arena, like you went to go see football?
Yeah, it was a small local arena where you had a disco for under 18 years old, and the street up to it, all the hedges. If you didn't have anything to drink, you could just pick something out of the bushes. Cheap apple wine, at like maybe $2-3 a bottle. Whew, that was the thing when you're 13 years old. Just had to chill it very, very much, and you couldn't taste it, and there was no fruitiness in that. But,
in the 80s, my year in we were all 15 or 16. We went to a class trip to Bornholm, which is a Danish island. And as I said, in Sweden you have to be 18 to drinking a pub, and 20 to buy from the alcohol monopoly. Bornholm is a Danish island where you can buy stuff when you're 16. And here we are from redneck Swedish country.
There's redneck Swedes?
Oh, yeah.
Wow. Okay. So hang on a minute. Did the Americans export that to you guys as well? Or was that just a thing anyway, no matter what?
We didn't know we were rednecks until Jeff Foxworthy started his routine. All of a sudden, we looked out in the yard and thought, if you mow your lawn and find a car, you might be a redneck. And we looked out the window and said, okay, I guess we're rednecks.
Now, there is a difference between a redneck and a hillbilly.
I'm waiting for the missing tooth, the yodel, the whole hey y'all. Does anyone know the ABCs and all that lot? But you don't strike me as a redneck. Not the traditional kind of one that I've been fed via the media and The Simpsons.
Let's not use the media as a basis for determining redneckery. I mean, look, going back to the whole alcohol thing, one thing you got to understand about alcohol in Australia, yes, we have very lax laws in terms of drinking at parties and that sort of thing and buying it at 18. The motor car racing. Nick, I may have told you this story before. We have a major one of our major things is the Bathurst 1000, which is reasonably similar in terms of NASCAR, except that it actually has corners. Now, they tried to institute a limit on how much alcohol could be taken into that race. They limited it to 24 cans of beer each, or 3 litres of spirits. People were furious. So they were going there 2 weeks before the start of the race and burying additional alcohol so they could dig it up during the race and drink it.
That's awesome.
one thing I know
Wow.
about Danish labor laws and labor people is that in the 90s, I think it was Carlsberg, where we had liquid lunch at Carlsberg, and the management tried to reduce it to only 3 beers during lunch, and everybody went on strike.
As you do.
Well, it got tough when I started my apprenticeship in a bakery in the late 90s. It was so hard. Only the people who were qualified as bakers could drink and smoke in the bakery. Us apprentices had to smoke outside of the bakery. It was such a hard rule back then. The table we made all the bread on, you could see where they took the butts out and lay it on the table. And people
so the raisin bread wasn't really.
Well,
no.
Ashes is clean, so
yeah.
we had a pastry chef out to tell us how to make something one time, and it wouldn't really get thick. So he took his cigar and just put some ash in, and it collected like nothing. So it was a different time. It was before people knew about gluten and stuff like that.
Yeah, when gluten came, it was rough.
It was hard to be a baker back then. But my dad was an EMT, or as we call it in Denmark, a feltman, driving around helping people or things like that. And they had to stay at below 2 beers a day driving the ambulances. So it was crazy times, crazy times. You couldn't drive an ambulance with at least 2 or 3 beers in you.
Mm.
You know, there are chickens behind me, by the way, but there was a goose that flew over. The stupid Canadian geese. I see it in the
chat. David, are you a redneck?
You know, my wife calls me one. She thinks maybe not me, but where we live is sort of rednecky-ish. It's good, you know. It's red blood out here where we live.
Country
folk. I have to get to these super chats. Thank you.
Can you get Stef to speak in a Southern Yorkshire accent, like a Southern American, like Creole Yorkshire accent, for the rest of this stream? Is that possible? She attempted it earlier, and we could just keep up the trend.
Hell no! No way! I tried it once. Like, the best I can do, for when it comes to like an American accent, all right, is one of those Valley Girls. And even then, when I try and do it, I feel like my brain cells reduce rapidly at that point. So, yeah, no, I'm Yorkshire, mate. Away we go.
That's another thing you have exported to Europe, that the like thing. My girls, I have 19 and 21-year-old girls, and they don't say like in Denmark. They say agtigt. It's same as or something like that, and they say it in every word. And I'm just
no.
We can't beat our kids any longer in Denmark, so I can't beat it out of them. But sometimes you just feel like a little correctional slap could take some things a long way. But
are you harnessing your inner Sean Connery right now?
Well, he was the only James Bond, and he wasn't wrong all the time. I'm not saying which part he was right in, but it's not all the time he was wrong. Cool. I better hope Nick make this stream. Nobody in Denmark watches it. It's after midnight, but I hope it's private tomorrow, so I'm not on the front page of the Danish papers. Man wants to slap his kids.
Jamie wishes a happy birthday. Thank you so much. And then we have... I had to bring this up. Jillian, it's not Mrs. Helm's birthday. It's Anderson's wife's birthday.
Yes.
Close, but you do you, yeah? Lynn Dalton, happy holiday and birthday. Love this panel and chat crew. Free Zachariah Anderson. Skål! Yeah, cheers. And then we have Rainman YIC. Don't forget the Canadian freemen of the land.
Yeah, those people.
Yeah. But I heard I was tormenting Ian a couple of weeks ago because I learned that they now have a new Queen of Canada, which is one of these free women of the land, who appointed herself the Queen of Canada.
Was it Meghan Markle by any chance?
Oh no! This girl, this woman, I swear she looks like she's 100 or so, and she's nuts. She's printed her own currency, and she expects you to buy it from her.
Well, if you want,
I want to be that crazy to be able to do that and try to pull that off.
What?
She has followers.
Oh yeah,
she has followers. Who does
this?
It's
nuts. Hang on, I'll see if I can find the news article that I covered. Give me a minute.
Remember, people also drank the Kool-Aid. People are stupid.
Yeah.
I mean, why wouldn't you just
I know, but I mean,
like a cryptocurrency, because that would carry the same value. It's the number of people that buy in that gives its value, right?
Yeah, so it's cryptocurrency, but in printed bills that she is selling.
Oh, it's better than that. It's interdimensional currency is what she's calling it.
Oh.
Interdimensional.
So she's been talking to the Russian aliens too, or?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, probably.
Maybe the
Hang on, here it
Scientologist.
is. Where is it? Can I share that?
She waiting for the
There she
mothership
is.
to come back.
No.
Down the bottom, there should be an extra screen to share.
Oh, there.
There you go. There you go. QAnon Queen begins printing her own interdimensional currency. Where was it? She notes that the bills that she printed so far look rather cheap, but she has nonetheless promised followers that they contain interdimensional security devices to ensure their authenticity.
What's an interdimensional security device?
I have no clue.
Again, too many questions. Just accept it.
Just
Is that something that just maintains the status of that bill inside of our dimension? Like, is that what it is?
Apparently, honestly, it was honestly going through this was so insane. Looking over this originally, because I tried to follow the progression of where she started and how we got to where we are now, and she actually sits at her throne at the table, printing the money, sitting there with a guillotine. And then people send her actual Canadian or American currency, and she exchanges them for loyalty dollars. And it's just, yeah.
I need to form a cult. I mean,
I hear it's profitable.
Hang on, where is it? QAnon Queen money. I'll see if I can find the... It's the Vice article. That's the one. There it is. Hang on.
So far, however, it doesn't appear too many businesses accept the money. That would say some business accept it.
There are some businesses that accept it because her followers are accepting of it. So that's one of the bills there. That's a $100,000 bill, which you can buy for $100,000 Canadian.
Wait, so it's
so it's a 1-to-1. I see how that
It's a 1-to-1 equivalency. So that's the Queen. That's her Prime Minister. I can't even get through it.
the Queen of Canada?
Oh yeah, QAnon. She's part of QAnon. It's all very legit. Thank you to those who sent money to help print your loyalty money, the self-proclaimed Queen said in a Telegram live stream late in January, when she introduced the bills and proudly presented them to her followers. Everyone can continue to send money so that we can continue to print.
That's awesome.
The bills, which say 100,000 on them referring to an unknown currency, are white and feature her emblem in the middle, flanked by 2 flags. Larger than normal cash, they have the look of a novelty check or board game money. Despite the cheap look, she promised her fans that they have interdimensional security devices on them. In chat rooms dedicated to her. That's right, people, she has chat rooms.
I want to join one.
Fans celebrated false hope given to them. One person saying that he's going to attempt to pay his utility bills with the money, and another said she was excited because they're living in their car and this could get a roof over their heads. She's taking advantage of people that are genuinely in, distress and sending them a fake $100,000 bill.
Dude, this is more scarier because there's another article on Raw Story. She came again, she's Queen of Canada, and saying that Biden has asked her to mediate Russian peace talks. And this
She's
was
that
back
insane.
on the 2nd of May, 2022. This has gone beyond, laughing at her at this point for me. And it's got into, no, this is serious and this is dangerous.
Oh, she's incredibly dangerous.
Actually doing. That could, potentially affect the geopolitical kind of situation that's going on at the moment between Russia, Ukraine, NATO, the US, the whole lot. Mm-hmm. She's putting in her size 9s into a situation where she is not fully capable of firstly understanding and secondly grasping, because not a doctor, so I'm not prescribing her or diagnosing her, but does seem like she's got a little bit of a screw loose, especially when another article turns around and says she goes absolutely nuts and goes into an angry meltdown after a Telegram account gets flagged as fake. We're dealing with an unwell person from what I can tell. That's putting her nose in a business that's just too dangerous.
Yeah, but the problem here in US and Canada, if you go back 120 years, it was not uncommon with local currency. Normally, it was printed by companies, mining towns and stuff like that. So I'm not actually sure, since she is not printing fake currency, I'm not entirely sure how illegal it is.
I don't think it's illegal at all. I think she's just. It's a call. I'm trying to find her chat, so I could join.
Talking about money, it's me, Josie81. Thank you for your $10 super chat. Congrats on the success of your channel. Happy to be a part of it and watch it grow. Free Zachariah Andersons. Yeah, and then I have updates from. Let's see here.
I mean, there was the corporate towns that were built by companies, the corporate, you said, mining and lumber towns and stuff like that, where they had their own barter system in the United States. And in China, there's still rural areas of China that still work off the barter system, that still use grains of rice as currency. But, printing your own imaginary currency and then selling it, that seems excessive. I can't believe people are actually buying into it.
And on Zachariah Andersons, Gives and Go, Wendy Herrera, $100 donation for Niklas Starow's birthday bash fundraiser. Thank you so much, Wendy. Much appreciated. And Zach and his family, and then anonymous donor in honor of Nick and Jens' birthdays, $20. Thank you so much. Another anonymous donor. Zach is the only one in this case that doesn't deserve to be behind bars. Perjury is a crime. Free Zachariah Andersons. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Anonymous and the rest. Much appreciated. And because appeals are not cheap in the United States. So every dollar counts. Every dollar counts. So that was an additional, let's see here, how much We are, I believe we have up, we are on $205 to the Zachariah Anderson Gives and Go so far. Thank you so much, all of you. Thank you so much. So people in the chat, I would rather see money. I'm not a poor guy. I have no, I feel a song coming on. No, I don't. I would, if you have a choice, give it to Zachariah Anderson's Defense Fund. If you are in the choosing stage or something like that, I'd rather see it go to the Zachariah Anderson Fund. If you want to give here, be a member. That would, in that way, I can see what revenue comes in, and then I can plan ahead of things I can do to improve my channel. So, but I can't. There is no option for only giving or buying memberships. Sadly, if I could, I would, but that's not the case. But thank you all. Where were we?
I think you were about to tell everybody to like and subscribe to your channel. Make sure that you check out all these great people that are running their own channels. Please lip service to all the people. Whoever wants to grift should maybe seize a moment.
Well, Stef, I actually have a question for you because I haven't actually looked at your channel, and I see you cover a lot of the monarchy. Do you believe that Prince Harry is being abused by Meghan? Not like physically abused, but is she like psychologically manipulating him?
No.
Oh shit! People duck and cover.
No.
No. Okay.
No.
We are 20 minutes from 2 hours, so spare the cursory for another 20 minutes, will you please? But I saw Stef's stream on the alleged conspiracy theory, whatever, fake pregnancy. That was an amazing stream to watch.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I don't. Yeah. The thing is, the question of whether her pregnancies were fake or not, to me, I don't know. I couldn't actually answer that because there's evidence either way, the way you could say yes or no, right? To me, my stream was, why does this question matter? Because I was looking at this whole situation and I've been aware of it for a while, this question, and why people are so obsessed with whether she was actually pregnant or not. And I'm like, why? Why should it matter if she was or wasn't? Like, so what, right? What's the problem? Oh, the big problem is that if the child is not of the body of Meghan Markle, then they do not belong in the line of succession. So in other words, if it is true that she wasn't actually pregnant and she was faking it, and that both Lilibet and Archie were born of surrogate, then they shouldn't be in the line of succession. That is why so many people are obsessed with that question, was she pregnant or not? But some of the theories are absolutely outrageous. Like, there was one where they were turning around and saying that she was taking steroids to fake the appearance of gaining weight to show that she's pregnant, to prove that she's pregnant, right? And I'm like, oh, come on. Come on. I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of Megxie and Azza. I freely admit that. But I'll call a spade to keep it 100. That's just ridiculous, that kind of theory. Like, what the frick? But you see certain pictures, like Nicholas will have seen in my stream, and there are only just like a couple that I picked out. I mean, you could go down a rabbit hole. There's so many. And it's like, you see the bump, and then in the same kind of event, in the same dress, the same outfit, no bump. It's like, the frick? It's insane.
I love watching conspiracy theories. I rarely believe in any of them, but it's so entertaining. It's so entertaining. It's so entertaining. Oh.
And like I said, I don't know whether I believe in the whole she was never pregnant with Archie or Lilibet spiel. My whole stream, the point of it was, why does this question matter to you, me, and so many others? And so, yeah, that's the point of it.
And thank you to
Well, to me, it doesn't.
Steph, I would love to party with you, sis. Oh.
But Steph,
well,
didn't
I have said that once we get to 100,000 on my channel, I will do a UK meetup. So get on it, guys. Get on it.
But so, Steph, didn't they renounce their claim to the title, to the crown?
Megsy and Hazard?
Yeah.
Oh, hell no. They're not that mad. No, they're using their titles for ka-ching, ka-ching, ka-ching. For the meantime, there's a bill coming through at the moment, and it's going through Houses of Parliament. It's gone through its second reading, where it'll give Parliament the right to actually take away titles, or allow the throne, the king, to take away titles as and when he sees fit, kind of thing. And so that's going through at the moment.
Wow.
With the whole thing of hopefully in the end, Megsy and Hazard, it's a ticking time. It's only a matter of time before they lose Duke and Duchess of Sussex. Once this bill goes through, that's the first thing we're going to do. They're going to go.
The Danish Queen took away the titles of Prince Joachim's kids, and the Crown Prince's kids won't get the year money from the state. So we have done things like that. It made a lot of problems here in Denmark when the little brother he got mad. He's kind of like his dad, a Frenchman. So
well, King Charles, he's kind of looking at Denmark and kind of doing something similar, but within the framework of the English institution monarchy kind of thing. And so he's also slimlining the monarchy itself, whereby the titles aren't being taken away. However, it's a case of, right, who's getting the taxpayer funding and who's not? If you're working royal, fine. If not, bog off, freeloader, go do one. So and people are all for that. So yeah, away we go with that.
It's like in Saudi Arabia when the king he takes away money for thousands of princes, and they're only getting like a million a year or two. So
only
that.
Yeah,
but it's pocket change for them.
Yeah,
he's right. It is. Let's keep it 100.
But we just had the little brother. He just went to the United States to work as a military attaché or something like that in Washington, and he was supposed to get the money you normally get for the job, but because he was a royal, our parliament just bumped his pay. So how much she took away from him, Margrethe, I don't know, but his kids can't have the titles, and he's pretty. I can't say pissed in yet, so he's pretty mad about that.
And the Swedish royal family just got equivalent of, I believe, $2 to $5 million bigger budget, because all of the princes and princesses are starting to get kids. So now we have to fund all of them, and the royal family is one of the biggest landowners in Sweden already. I believe their annual budget just to maintain all the castles and stuff is around $20 million just for maintenance. Yeah.
And Madeleine is returning from the US. Did I read that somewhere?
Yeah, she had to return from the United States because you have to spend at least half the year in Sweden to be eligible for money from the Swedish government. So they had to return. And she married an American billionaire.
Well, money's tight. Inflation, it's everybody's going around counting pennies.
Look,
At least our crown prince married an Aussie, so now we get
Hello,
some Aussie.
This is true.
So
Juni Jonas is mod at she's not a mod at David's channel, but she has. If you want to know anything about the Letitia Stout trial, she is a source of information that I'm astounded. She knows everything inside out about that trial. I am so impressed by this person.
Yeah, this is the woman that killed her stepson and then claimed that her alternate personality, Maria Sanchez, a Spanish-speaking Russian-trained assassin, is what actually killed, or who actually killed her stepson. But it was only by accident because she was attacking a man in a cape that may or may not have been a vampire. So that's that case. That's Letitia Stout. That's the case I'm streaming currently on my channel. This woman's, it's a crazy case. It's a sad case, but just insane, her stories.
well,
Essentially, she's a liar. What's that?
She only peed herself twice, so. She's not
during
that
her
crazy.
police interrogations, yes.
Okay. Well, on that bombshell, I'm going to get going, guys, because it's midnight where I'm at. Need to get to bed early so I can wake up early and start the day and whatnot. But Nicholas, thank you so much for inviting me on. Happy birthday again. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day. I mean, to be fair, actually, it's an hour. You're an hour in front, so it's actually like nearly 1 o'clock for you in the morning, isn't it? Well,
May 1st is a
enjoy.
holiday. May 1st is a holiday in Sweden, so I don't have work tomorrow.
Well, it's technically a bank holiday for us as well tomorrow. But, you know, the internet never sleeps. So away we go and, you know, work away, grift away, however you want to term it. But yeah, Nicholas, thank you so much for inviting me. Solomon, Broken Baker, Attorney David Helm. Lovely to meet you guys. Aussie Overlaw'd.
Always a pleasure, Steph.
I'll see you around, mate. And yeah, see you guys later.
All right, take care.
Have fun, Steph.
Nice one.
Thank you. Bye. And then there were a sausage fest.
We're almost at the 2-hour mark.
Yeah, we
We're
did
almost
cover
at
the
2-hour
nudity
mark.
earlier.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Aussie Overlaw'd. Did you miss this story?
Oh, this will be
this.
Excuse me.
I was
Is this
gonna.
the German? Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. New landlord, no excuse for holding back rent, rules German court. The German court has said that a landlord sunbathing naked in the courtyard of his building was not a reason for his tenants to reduce their rental payments.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah.
Quiet enjoyment of the property, people.
Yeah.
Okay, keep going.
Yep. The case involved a building in an upmarket residential district of Frankfurt, which included an office floor rented by a human resources company. HR ladies.
Mm-hmm.
The company withheld rent because it objected, among other things, to the landlord's naked sunbathing. In response, the landlord sued. The Frankfurt State Court on Wednesday rejected the company's reasoning, finding that the usability of the rented property was not impaired by the plaintiff sunning himself naked in the courtyard. It said in a statement that it couldn't see an inadmissible, deliberately improper effect on the property. Judges was ruling on an appeal against a lower court decision that went in the landlord's favor, and the tenant had only limited success overall. They found that the tenant had been entitled to reduce rental payments for 3 months only because of noisy construction work in the neighborhood. So, nudity, no. Noise, yeah, that's a cause for not paying rent. The court said that the spot where the landlord sunbathed could only be seen from the rented office by leaning far out of the window.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah.
I was
So
trying to
these-
figure out how this would square in America, and I think it's that
That's
might
the-
even
yeah.
let it pass.
That's the clincher there. That's the only thing that I can think of. Because if he's in full view, then yeah, you've got quiet enjoyment of your rented premises being affected. If you actually have to physically go out of your way to be interrupted by the nuisance, then yeah, it doesn't fly. But still, dude, just put a face washer or something over it. Seriously.
Yeah. But so there is a company full of HR ladies leaning outside. I can understand why the company believe it's impairing their business if the ladies are distracted. And
Well, we have all been to Germany and tried their currywurst, so they're pretty big.
and I read
We've still
it
got another
from-
4 minutes before I can tell the joke about the nuns.
I read from a German newspaper, and since it's only me and Broken Baker who understand that can read German, so I won't put that up. That this man in his 50s was both well trained and well hung.
Okay.
So that might have been a reason to a lot of HR ladies leaning out the window to see the currywurst. I'm having way too much fun with this.
I've got rain coming, and I'm outside, Nicholas. I did the fire so I could burn the witch. So I'm going to start that, and then I might have to duck out for a minute to move out of the rain. But I'm going to burn the witch right now, since it is Valborgs night in Sweden. Is that how? Did I say it right?
Valborg.
Valborg?
Yeah.
Burning of the witches.
Yeah. And if Aussie doesn't know, today is St Valborgs Day. She is the patron saint of seamen, people inflicted with rabies, and the city of Antwerpen. And but for us, it's just another day to drink. And
as with all good business days.
Yeah.
And Nicholas, earlier you said lawyers don't have a saint, but you have Saint Ives. He's your saint. I just looked it up.
We have a saint?
We have saint?
Yeah, he's the saint of lawyers and abandoned children.
Sounds about right.
Huh. All right.
Yeah.
Seems good.
Yeah, I can see that. Okay. We have. I wonder what day that is.
Excuse me.
19th of May. So another drinking stream in a few days.
Oh, so we can have a new drinking stream in 18 days for the patron saint of lawyers. Oh. As lawyers would have, lawyers, alcoholics, let's see here. Eric I, $20 super chat. Nicholas, happy birthday. Thank you so much, Eric. And Unibjorn's $2 super chat because Nicholas is the man. I don't argue. I might be related to a lot of people who argue, but I don't. And let's check back to the gives and go and see if anything has happened, because I'm trying to get people over there instead. And share this, get this up. Wrong page. Oh, here. Kayla Oldenkamp, $64. Thank you, Nicholas, for helping to free Zachariah Andersons. Happy birthday to Nicholas and Jen. Thank you so much. Josie S, $100. Free Zachariah Andersons. Erin Kruger, EK from MN, $50. I can't drive 5 hours to be at the sentencing, but I will be wearing my T-shirt in support. We are all in your corner. And that would bring us up to 305, 355, 419.
Nice. Let's see if we get it to 1,000 again. That would be amazing.
Yeah. I will try to have this stream going until 1,000. I have no idea if I will fall off by then, but yeah, we will know when we get there, because I have fruity Australian Chardonnay.
I broke out the American-made bathtub moonshine. No flavor, just straight like rubbing alcohol. It's amazing.
David, I was going to ask you why perjury, because there was a reference to that earlier. Why perjury is not pursued in the United States almost at all? I mean, I understand that it can be difficult to prove, lying with intent or lying as misremembering, but why is it not pursued?
The biggest thing is how do you prove it? That's one of the biggest reasons why perjury is not pursued so much. If it's obvious on its face, then it typically would be pursued to some extent. It can be an independent charge, but it could also be grounds for contempt of court, and a lot of times it's hit as a contempt of court. I had a client that tried to submit checks as proof of payment on a contract dispute, but he had already submitted those identical checks in a trial previously showing proof of payment on a contract. And so that ended up leading to sanctions rather than a perjury charge. But in your context, in your brother's context rather, how do you prove what Sadie was feeling is not really what she was feeling? Or, it's how do you prove that? That's the biggest thing. So it's just so hard to prove at the end of the day that they typically don't bring them.
What about the statements given on the stand that were already, they were conflicting with her own statements? Like, so she was giving statements and then talking over or talking about things that would overlap or prove her previous statements false. Like, at what point is that a problem?
Again, you'd have to prove the intent to try to mislead the court, the intent to make a false statement. And, people get screwed up. They're nervous on the stand. You ask a question one way and then you ask the exact same question a different way. You'll get different answers, and the court recognize that. And then, again, in that particular case, who's going to bring the charges but DA Gonzo? So,
right.
The likelihood of her getting charged with that, especially if they're a state witness. A state's witness getting charged with perjury is very rarely to happen. I would say even never going to happen. But a defense witness, maybe.
Like even with the ASL, where they had tried to cover up her fluency with American Sign Language. In that situation, she was then again not being forthcoming to the court about it. She was trying to lie and deceive the court. Like, why is that? Yeah, again, like, just not. I mean, I understand what you're saying. Like, Gonzo would have had to have, pursued it, but it was clearly, trying to dodge and mislead the court, even after the fact when she was busted on it.
Yeah, and if anybody in the chat, and Ozzy and anybody don't know, what we're talking about is there's Zachariah Andersons' ex-girlfriend was testifying, or not, she was testifying. My witch fell over. But then Zach's daughter was testifying. While his daughter was testifying, Sadie Beecham, the mother, was actually doing American Sign Language to her from the gallery. And she got on the stand and admitted to it, though. Or she admitted to signing, like, over her back. She admitted to signing. While the daughter was testifying. So she's not really, I guess, perjuring herself there, because she admitted to doing it. It was just, well, I was signing the person behind me, she said, and, maybe my daughter saw it or whatever. But again, even if you say you have video directly trained on her of her signing, how do you prove that she intended to then communicate with the witness, assuming you have a DA that's willing to bring the charges? But
right.
It's just a hard thing to prove unless you have really just, like I said, my guy trying to pass checks that he had already admitted in another case. Well, it's a public document. We have the exact same copies of it. It's clear that he was trying to pass checks off as meaning two different things. But with this particular case, it's just, even if you had a DA that would be willing to bring it, it's just hard to prove. That's why perjury is not pursued most of the time.
Which, let's face it, Gravely's never going to bring anything against that. I have serious issues with that entire office, honestly.
Yeah, no. He is not going to bring that. And I saw some people in my chat, or maybe it was on Facebook, one of the Facebook groups, that were going after him a little bit on his, he's a professor apparently, so we're going after him a little bit on his professor rankings, the rape mind professor.
Yeah, the UW Park side, yeah.
Yeah. He's just really bad. He learned for the first time, supposedly practicing this for 30 years, learns for the first time what an argumentative question is in this trial on the second day. The judge had to explain it to him. And then, of course, that was his objection, every other objection going forward in the trial, because he just learned a new word. So he's like a child.
Yeah, he also was low-key burned by Schrader about how he was starting every question with what, if anything. Schrader said, some lawyers think that if you lead a question or if you start a question with what, if anything, it means the question is not leading, and that is not true. And I was just like dumbfounded, just watching the exchange. Like Schrader clearly knew that it was leading, and just let him keep doing it.
Yeah, but you saw that too with Amber Heard's attorney. She thought, what, if anything, meant it wasn't a non-leading question. And it's just so not the case. It is absolutely. It's not, could they answer it yes or no? It's, are you suggesting the answer in the question? That's what makes it a leading question. And just say, what, if anything, makes you believe that this defendant came over there on May 17th and stabbed him to death and then took his body away. Okay, well, you're leading that witness because you're suggesting the answer in the question.
Yep.
Oh,
I don't.
To be fair, nodding your head to yes, no questions, as you're asking the questions is another way to lead the witness on the stand and mouthing along with the testimony. Yeah, all this stuff.
I got a whole clip video of that on my channel where I clipped all that together, where he was leading by mouthing the words and nodding along in anticipation.
But I don't understand why the jury is not instructed. But probably it's because we do it differently in Denmark. We are in a room with the judge when we decide what the case is, and we are told, who do you find believable? And in a case where the DA has been proven to mouth along, I would say it's not believable. The wife signing something, it would take away my believability in their testimony, and that's something I don't think the jury is observant of. What all those things that do you believe what people are saying? The prison snitch, he wasn't believable, and I don't even speak that well English, and I could hear he was lying, and taking him into consideration as a witness, I would caution against it, and I have had talks with judges when we are doing a trial where they're saying, you can clearly hear they have structured their testimony if there's multiple defendants, but that doesn't make it more believable that yes, I was here, but evidence show you were here. Yeah, but my friend, who's always also a defendant, was here too. That's we are focusing a lot on things like that when I'm doing my layman duty, and I think. I don't know, I haven't been in American court, but I feel like things like that, it just goes over the head of the jury because they are just in there for doing one job, and that's one case. I can't remember if it's 12 or 16 years doing layman duty, and you pick up things like that when you're doing multiple cases. You can feel, is he telling the truth? Do this feel like it's a lie? And all my alarm bells went off when I saw the wife, the prison snitch, all those people, and the DA I can't say he looked coked out of his mind because I have never seen people on coke. But
that you know of.
I plead the fifth.
Well, so you have professional jurors in Denmark.
No. That's a misconception. We are elected 4 years at a time, but we are there as normal people, just like a normal jury. I have been doing it for a lot of years, so I know all the I know that 244, that's normal violence. 245, that's excessive violence. I know the rules, but we are just normal people. I have to sit down and watch the case, and I have no legal background. I have no legal training. I just watch it and say, does this witness seem believable, or does this case seem like, yeah, he raped her, or yes, he stole these things? I have no training. I'm elected for 4 years at the time. I've just put in for re-election, and that's all. We just show up, no legal training. We get a little more money than American jurors, and a normal layman get 4 cases a year. So in a 4-year term, you have 16 cases, and most of it in the level of court I'm in, it's drugs and violence. So you'll learn to see what is it that you have to focus on in these cases. But no training. There's no judge telling us this and this is. He tells us what the law says, but not how to interpret it. Mm-hmm. So we are just you and me. Like you and me could do it together. And
it's just interesting because in the United States, you're excused from jury duty after you completed a case like my brother's case for a certain amount of time, and what you said about jury instructions by the bench and how you personally interpreted the jury instructions. Well, in a situation where you're attending 16 cases a year, right? So if you're actually sitting on that many cases a year, you actually have a conscious ability to be able to differentiate when you're given a jury instruction. But in the United States, because we don't have a near professional or someone who's voted into that position, someone who takes on that role in our society, you're pulling people that have vastly different levels of education, comprehension, cognitive ability, all of these things, and you're putting them all on the jury, and then the judge gives jury instruction, which happened a lot in my brother's case, which is unfortunate because for just a regular citizen who might not have the legal comprehension that you've expressed, a juror instruction or an instruction to the jury doesn't ring the same. It doesn't carry the same weight. So it still ties back around to that idea that the prosecutor can say something obscene and ring the bell, right? Ring the bell and make sure that he gets something said in court that will tarnish the reputation, that will almost infringe upon the rights of the defendant, and in that situation, which happened in my brother's case in a couple of different forms, he was able to ring the bell even though he was cautioned by the judge. And this is a huge problem for jurors that are unfamiliar with what it means to take instruction from the judge and the gravity of that instruction. And I think that was part of the issue that ended up precipitating out of Zach's case.
And because when they read the jury instructions, the judge just want to get finished. It's speed reading. And if you have never seen Boston Legal or David's fantastic coverage of the vampire case, you don't understand half of it. And you're sitting there and saying, well, the last guy told me he did it, so he probably did it. And that's the problem. And I'm so sad every time I watch a case. Everybody in chat is saying, oh, how do I get out of jury duty? Just think, if you were Zachariah Andersons, would you want a person like me who does it because I think it's very important and it's a cornerstone in the judicial system, or do you want somebody forced into the courtroom and all the time thinking about, well, my grandson is graduating, oh, I have to go on vacation, And the thing about they're not allowed to take notes. I write down so much. And when we're talking afterwards, maybe the judge says, well, she said they were there in the discotheque, and I said, no, I've been to that discotheque. It's upstairs, and it couldn't have happened that way, because we keep notes and write things down. I don't get it that if you've been there, I can't remember how many days the case lasted, but I couldn't remember the opening statements when the closing statements were going on. How would you evaluate what you have heard for so many days if you don't have notes? I think it's hard to believe that you can't take notes in a court case, especially when you're not a professional lawyer. You don't understand half of the things being said.
I have so much to say about that. And unfortunately, it's raining on me, and I'm going to duck out, but I'll be back, guys. Okay.
I'm actually going to take my leave. I've got to go and see a client. If I can get back in the next 20 minutes, though, I will duck back and join back up.
All right. We'll see you potentially soon, Hayden. Thanks for stopping in.
No worries. Nick, you muted.
Boomer.
Nicholas, you muted.
Boomer.
Boom.
Boomer, you're muted.
That's the fruity wine kicking in.
You're fruity. Nobody can hear you.
Oh. 2 hours and 16 minutes without a boomer moment.
This is why I get mine over and done within the first 5 minutes, because then it's done and dusted.
Oh.
Anyway, like I say, I got to duck out because I got to go and see a client. I will be back if I get the opportunity to, depending on how long you're going for. Okay?
Yeah. Call
right,
Jeff
thanks.
and say he's a bastard for not showing up. He's supposed to be here.
Will do.
Well,
I have
2
some
hours. I
complaints
can say
for
stuff.
Jeff too, so he better show up.
I'll give him a buzz and see where he
to
is.
see if he'll show up.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers. Let's see here. We have an update. Gleister Legal, 11 minutes ago. Let's get this travesty of a court trial overturned. $300 donation to Zachariah Andersons. Gives and go.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you very much.
That's amazing. And anonymous donor, $50, 8 minutes ago, and that puts. I'm not good at math, but I believe that puts us on the north end of $800 since the stream started.
You said we were 719 before. Is that correct? Or 419 before, so 719 plus another 50, something like that.
Okay, so we're closing in on $800 for the Zachariah defense during this stream. That is, yeah. Thank you so much, chat. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone, very much. We very, very greatly appreciate your support. You know, it's going to go a long way. We've got to try and hire, PIs and people to help us, bring exculpatory evidence to increase the odds of the first round of appeals to go through, and it's not an inexpensive hurdle.
Yeah, I agree. Let's see what chat has been. Okay. Will you be cover? I know you can't stream the trials from Denmark because you have a similar system as Sweden with no cameras in court. But I hope you will do updates on the Mia case. The poor girl who was chopped up in at least 231 pieces.
I will try and do a daily recap of the trial coverage when the trial starts. It starts on the 7th of June, but it's such a gruesome case, and as you know, in Scandinavia we don't see crimes like this. We have murders. We have at this time we have a lot of stabbings, but it's almost always crimes of passion or drug related. Christiania, in Copenhagen, It looks like there's a gang war beginning to break out over there, but all these crazy cases, we don't see it. And in 2 or 3 weeks, we had charges brought in 2 murder cases against young women abducted and killed. They're crazy cases. One of them was cold for 7 years, and because he abducted, it's a hard word, a 13-year-old girl. They believe he took a girl 7 years ago and can prove it was him. So it's gonna be fascinating to see what happened, I will believe that the one with the 7-year-old cold case, there must be some kind of insanity plea there too.
Yeah, I would guess so. We had a similar case about a decade ago where one crime solved a cold case. It was, I believe it was the 10 or 11-year-old girl, Helene, who was found dead, found DNA and other evidence on her. They matched it to a 17-year-old cold case about a 20-year-old abduction under similar circumstances. And they found the guy. And now things has evolved in that case, because this guy is now trying to get his conviction overturned, because he claims that if I remember correctly, that relating back to Solomon's DNA thing, he claims, or his defense team claims, that the DNA testing was not properly done. So that will be really interesting to see because this is up to the Swedish Supreme Court, if they bring up that case. Sorry.
Yeah, it's fascinating when DNA evidence can help with old cases, but like in the Zachariah case, when it's used to imply guilt without evidence, because everybody believes DNA is. It's like the stippling of the gun and the tool marks in a bullet. It's real junk science, and if DNA gets a reputation of being junk science too, we use it in a lot of cases. Even in the lower courts where I sit, burglaries and things like that, they swap for DNA and try to find DNA because it's such a good tool. But if it's 70%. False positives.
It's 70% error, and that, I mean, either way, false or negative. What they did was they clarified when they reran all of this with the true allele algorithm that what was presented in court was not the reality of the DNA evidence. So out of 85 cases, 70% is like 59 out of 85 were incorrect in their conclusion, which is an alarmingly large number of cases. Like 59.5, I think, is the math. So it's like, it should legitimately blow everybody's mind that the statistical relevance of how big your DNA pool is, what you're testing against, matters so much. When someone has a subjective ability to set the parameters, the thresholds on what you're testing against, how that can change the outcome and the probability of someone being the culprit that they're testing for. Furthermore, they don't even bother testing things like handguns, hats, light switches, and things like that, because the technology that they're using in the crime labs, by and large, isn't specific enough. It isn't good enough to be able to discern more than like 3, maybe 4, but like 3 people. So if you have more than 3 people that have contributed DNA to a specimen that they're testing, it is inconclusive. They don't have the capability of figuring out mathematically what the likelihood of the person who's accused of being on that item. And that is a huge thing. if you consider how weak DNA science is then, and how much it needs to be improved. You know, this that's what I was saying. This Mark Perlin, he had some excellent talks about how the statistical relevance and how they can break down the math of what alleles can be contributed by a certain number of different contributors, and what percentages that all breaks down to, because it's legitimately doing math on probability, on what all of this data really means, and that is a really important thing, because what it can do is standardize the test. It takes the human equivalent, that baseline, that subjective piece on testing this information that is supposed to be factual in nature, and it removes that subjective part and then makes it evidence. It makes it science-based and not opinion or some sort of subjective error.
Yeah, because that was one of the things when I was on Legal Vice's stream, Jeff's stream, when we heard her talk about the DNA evidence. And I did a rough calculation. Since his father is missing, the niece is missing, that means they only have the mother's and his 2 kids' the DNA to match with. That is at best a 66% profile. And then you don't know how many did they match against when it came to the needle pin prick of so-called evidence.
Right.
How many did they test against? Because I would imagine, speculatively, that the Guterres family is a large family. I don't know. I just assume that there are more Guterres in the Kenosha area than Guterres, his mother, the 2 kids, and so on. That's just me assuming. But even without assuming, a 66% profile against an extremely limited pool of persons they match with, that's horrifically low. And that is why, my opinion is, that is why they didn't say numbers. They couldn't say a number because the number would have been too low to be believable. That's hence the question that Bozo said, can you with a reasonable degree of scientific certainty say that the DNA belonged to Mr. Guterres? And she said yes, with 0 numbers attached to it.
What's a reasonable degree? Is that 2?
Yeah.
Is it 1 million? Is it 1 billion?
Right.
Yeah.
She makes the number, like you said. It should be math. It should be X goes in here, Y comes out here.
Yeah.
It's not, well, I'm sure I can prove something in a tiny drop I couldn't do anything with because I will ruin the evidence. It was, and
it was like we tested against 5 people, and the only one who had 2 alleles matched was Mr. Guterres. Therefore, it's reasonable to believe. But that's a horrible way to conduct science.
Right.
And that will be one of my arguments on Wednesday. For you in chat, me and Steve Gosney will have a discussion regarding weak versus strong. Hello again, David. On Wednesday, me and Steve Gosney will have a discussion about evidence analysis about weak versus strong DNA evidence. And some of the examples I will give, because I don't think Steve has much insight in these contemporary cases like Letitia Stout, Zachariah Anderson, you have the Laurie Daybell, stuff like that I might bring up as examples of strong versus weak DNA evidence. So that will be interesting, and I hope the time on Wednesday will be really interesting, because it will be 3 a.m. at my place. And at Steve Gosney, it will be 8 or 9 p.m. So that will be interesting.
I'm very curious about that stream. I'm excited to watch it, the DNA stream, because I've never actually had to deal with DNA in any of my trials, but you study it some and you watch some trials and different things like that, but you really. I always look at Maury Povich, and I don't know if any of the foreigners recall Maury Povich, but the DNA testing to determine whether or not this guy was the father of the child. He was always, with 99% certainty, you are the father or you are not. And so you come to develop that idea that it's extremely reliable until you really look into it. And it's just the idea. The problem is, and like I kind of, for me, I expressed on the radio show today, is that that's only one piece of evidence. That shouldn't control the entire outcome of anything. Look at the totality of the evidence. Otherwise, they would, the state would just be able to say, oh, it's his DNA, we're done. Case closed, make a decision. But they don't. They go through everything else because it's not as reliable as people tend to think it is.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Nick.
I was... because Steve Gosney is an appellate lawyer. He mostly does appellate law and appellate trials. So it would be interesting to see how many cases are with convicted people are exonerated because they found another person's DNA on the crime scene. And the difficulty here is you have another person's DNA on the crime scene already. And this is what people get exonerated for. And he is still convicted. It's baffling.
It doesn't make sense. Not only was there a vacuum of evidence on the crime scene, right, but there was also no evidence of him being anywhere close to it. And then there was a bunch of other potentially circumstantial explanations for Mr. Gutierrez's DNA to be in the back of the van anyway.
Yeah.
And they try to lie and spin about how meticulously clean the van was. It looked like a trash heap in that van. It was filthy.
Yeah.
He cleaned up the van afterwards. That van was not clean. Sorry, it's just not one part of it.
And again, like in the Alex Murdoch case, if you're on your phone or if you're not on your phone, you're either dead or you're killing someone. And was it at night? He had his phone turned off for 3 hours. Yeah, I do that most days. I'm not answering my phones for 6 hours every night.
Yeah. I haven't touched my phone in 2.5 hours, almost 3 hours. So I'm glad.
So we are both dead or killing someone.
Yeah.
It was just such an argument where you're sitting and thinking, if the jury buys this, you have to restrain yourself from not pulling the last hairs out of your head because it was such a stupid argument. Well, he was not on his phone, so he could have killed him there. Yeah, but you haven't proven he went over there, killed him or anything. You just proven he was maybe sleeping, maybe, I don't know, watching a movie, doing something else. You haven't proven anything. And that's my big problem with the case is there was no proves. There was a lot of maybes, could have been, and maybe he went there, maybe he was sleeping, maybe it was the lady who was going on a date with Gutierrez who magically saw somebody there and didn't see them again, or it was just such a crazy case. And the defense didn't poke enough holes, in my opinion.
David, you posted today or yesterday a very interesting when you have went through a testimony. The date.
Wait, I post so much random stuff. I post a lot. Are we on Letitia Stalk? Are we on Anderson?
Okay, yeah. No, the Zachariah Anderson case with the court clerk who got lost, and the testimony she gave.
Oh yeah. Well, just about the
the court clerk that got lost, but she showed up in the wrong spot. I'm trying to figure out what post you're referencing so I can make sure I say the right thing.
There's a couple of issues with her testimony. One being that, you know, there's like 45 minutes of time lost, and that was never accounted for.
That.
She claimed that she drove to multiple different locations, but from the location that she finally settled on in her testimony, you could still see the back door, the south door of Gutierrez's unit. Now, they led us to believe that there was no parking lot on the south side, and I personally had no idea that there was a parking lot off the south side of Gutierrez's building. But as it turns out, there was. It was across a small lawn, right? Where you'd have to walk across some grass, but there was an exit and then a parking lot to a different apartment building that was on the south side of his building as well. So all the pictures that they showed of Gutierrez's apartment building were all from the north, right where his patio door went out into the parking lot. That was all on the north side of the building, but there was another parking lot to the south that, from her testified vantage point, saw in full view that southern door. Now, did she go to the wrong door? Who can say? Because she testified immediately following his disappearance that she was at the right location, and then changed her story after she met with Michael Gravöl, which so many other people also did. A lot of people changed their stories when
refused to show up.
Spent time with them.
There were several witnesses that refused to show up, even though they were subpoenaed, and there was a lot. Sorry, Nicholas, I didn't remember what post exactly you were referencing.
This was she mentioned in her testimony something about being offered beer or something, and she said with water. And then inside Gutierrez's apartment, the two bottles they swapped or swabbed. The beer bottle and the water bottle. They presented the DNA evidence from the beer bottle, but not from the water bottle.
That's true. They didn't.
So
did they test it against Nettie?
They didn't take her DNA, did they?
Profile at all.
They didn't take her DNA or her phone.
They did not take her DNA, and they did not present the DNA from the second bottle.
Right.
They didn't take her phone. They only took photos of her text or her Facebook messages to Gutierrez. They didn't even take her phone to test anything.
To be fair, they didn't take Rebecca's phone either after the suspicious message between Sadie and Rebecca. So, I mean, the amount of investigation they did was specifically limited to my brother. And that's a good question in this whole case. Is it and should it be legal for the police to abandon all other pursuits to try and make a narrative fit for one person? Because if they dig up evidence on anyone else that might point the finger in a different direction, right? Then they at least have all of their beans in one bag on this one person. If they had investigated anybody else, there might have been other information in the discovery for the defense team to bring to court and then argue otherwise. But they didn't investigate anybody else, so why would there be information?
Yeah. The case was investigated wrongly. They had focus on your brother, and they were just that's what were the information that we're going to gather.
And it's funny, in the 7-year-old cold case I was talking about earlier, the police, when they did the presser, when they pressed charges, they actually went out and excused for focusing on the wrong thing. They thought maybe she ran away from home or something like that. So they started excusing themselves for not investigating in the right way. And in that case, I believe it was something like 1,655 DNA profiles was obtained for people who had a car like the one they were seen at the crime. And when we see this in your case, it was just one guy. And we just found enough to get one guy, and that's just bad policing, in my opinion.
And this is what infuriates me, because there was so much evidence going around to point at other people. Because You shouldn't speak ill of the missing or dead or whatever, but Mr. Gutierrez, just looking at what was presented in trial, he had a relationship with Sadie. He was simultaneously talking and trying to hook up with at least 2 other women. These are the 2 we know of. Now, there's no evidence he talked to other women, but you can speculate.
I'm going to speculate that those 2 defense witnesses that they went and foregone in Solomon, you might have the information, but I'm not going to ask you about it. I believe those 2 might actually be some other ladies he might have been messaging.
Yeah.
And the woman who sent the guys to your brother's address after the guy went missing, maybe a lover scorned can send. It seemed like people who fix problems with people they don't like. Why didn't the police look into that? It was just okay. They just went and talked to Zach, and that's okay.
I mean, that specifically didn't make a lot of sense. Both of those guys took the stand, right? And what made it worse is that one of those guys was the topic or the subject of the Denny motion. You might not be familiar with the Denny motion, but the Denny motion is in the state of Wisconsin. We have the ability to file evidence that would imply that someone else had the means, motive, and opportunity to commit the crime that wasn't the defendant. So my brother's defense had filed all 3 of those items for Michael Campbell. They talked about that in the case. And Michael Campbell was one of the 2 guys that drove to my brother's home. And his friend Brandon had a pistol. And what my brother had explained to me is the way he was walking with his waistband and with his hand placement on his waist, it was that he was bearing a firearm, or that he had a firearm in his waistband, and so my brother lied to them about who he was so he could get them off of his property, and that was already a suspicious act. And then in the hearing to discuss the Denny motion, Michael gravely talks about Mr. Campbell and explains to the court that Michael Campbell is a hero, and that we should thank him for what he did, which baffles me as a citizen, because just as a regular person, I'm looking at what he did, and that is interfering with a police investigation. He has a Facebook post where he cites his cell phone number in regard to Mr. Gutierrez missing, and he says, "Contact me or Kenosha PD." He's inserted himself into a police investigation. And I mean, I've dabbled in enough, like crime, true crime stuff to look at that and think, well, a person who's guilty of a crime tries to insert themselves as deeply into an investigation as possible, so they know what the police are looking at, so then they can make moves to make sure that they remain protected from being found guilty. And I don't know for sure that he did. I'm not a professional, and I didn't investigate him. But frankly, what he did was suspicious.
Yeah, and the way the state talked about him reminded me so much of the girlfriend in the Chandler Henderson case. I don't know if you know about that case, the guy who offed his parents and cooked them. And before she even took the stand, both the state and the defense said, "Oh, she had nothing to do with it, nothing at all. She was just sleeping next to the place where he burned his mother." It was the same feeling I got here. It's this guy. Oh, he's squeaky clean. Don't look into anything. Believe everything he says. He's just a nice guy.
To be fair, in the Letitia Stout case, we have the same issue with her daughter Harley, who traveled across 4 states with the body in the car. Apparently, we have the same sort of issue with it, but they treat them as heroes. They even brought up in that case that we're not charging you with a crime, right? You're not doing this to get a plea deal or anything like that. So
didn't they say that before she testified, they might? They have told her they might how do you say it? That they might charge her if she incriminated herself or something like that.
No, they can't charge her because it's now past the statute of limitations. They could have charged her within the timeline of statute of limitations and then used it over her force her testimony, kind of thing. But they didn't charge her. And now it's too late. That's what they said. They're just they can't.
But it's a weird way in presenting a witness as squeaky clean, and you must believe this guy. It was such a it was a weird case. I'm sorry to say it, and I hope justice is done.
And with the regard of placing a person at the scene of the crime, now this is pure speculation. I'm not accusing, but if the text that Gutierrez would meet with this dude, he owed money. Now the state claims it was just $60. Where did they get that number from? First of all, then you have the cat bee rug that he supposedly got rid of. That one of his friends said, "Can I have that?" And he just, "No, you can't." I mean, there's a lot more evidence placing that guy at the scene of the crime.
Yeah.
And yet, nothing.
Yeah, they also had mentioned, I believe, in court that he went to Illinois the following day, mid-morning, so he left.
And to the bank twice.
Day, and then he went to the bank twice. And he kind of flippantly said, "Well, I've got bills to pay," when they asked him. But, the flip side of that is that, Gutierrez had withdrawn like $1,000 out of the joint account from his mother, like earlier that week. So he had pulled $1,000 out. He went and bought his son baseball supplies and mentioned to Sadie that he spent like $200 some dollars, $230 or whatever it was, $200 some dollars on baseball equipment to go help coach this little league team. And it was sort of an interesting thing, because that would imply that he would have several $100s left in that short amount of time. And with some reasonable exchanges of buying food for the kids and all that other stuff, right? But then there's no cash, none, zero cash in his wallet. The credit cards are pulled out of the wallet and put in the freezer with the phone, and the wallet's laying on the couch. That they never presented any DNA evidence about what they swabbed on the wallet, or in where the cash would be held in the billfold, nothing like that. They never presented any evidence when it's clear that he was robbed and is missing. So, would they go from that to then, talking about this stash of money that my brother had in his house, and people testifying that he normally had a sum of money in his home, and that was not uncommon. That in a crime of passion, if hypothetically my brother had committed this crime, why would he have robbed the guy and left the wallet if he was making him disappear? He didn't need the money. He wasn't there for the money. Somebody got the money because they wanted the money. That was an important piece of it. And they went through his wallet and then got rid of whatever they didn't want. And perhaps, they assaulted Gutierrez. They took his phone and threw it in the freezer because they didn't think that they hit him so hard that he would die. And then took the money and then left, and then came back the next day when people testified to hearing arguing, right? And then
on the 18th.
Right. So that timeline makes a lot more sense.
And the Crime Stopper report that there was someone there on the 18th too, remember?
That's right. Yeah, somebody testified to there being a brunette woman on the patio on the 18th, and a neighbor said that they heard arguing in the apartment. So that timeline seems to fit the evidence presented a lot closer to when this all occurred, better than what was presented by the state. So why aren't they looking into the people that Gutierrez owed money? He had a lot of back child support. He had a bunch of money that he owed Michael Campbell. He had owed money to another guy that came and did a backsplash job for him, a tile job for him. So there were people that he wasn't in good terms with financially, and people had motive to do this.
Yeah, I agree.
Back to the guys who showed up at your brother's house And as you said, with a hand on the hip, they don't seem people who just going around talking about Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior, when they're showing up like that. And did they show up to his apartment too? And that's again, there was one guy for this crime, one guy all the time, and we just found enough for one guy. And that's my problem with the case. It was one guy from the get-go.
Yeah. And I don't know about gun laws in Wisconsin or Kenosha, but imagine if this had happened in Texas. 2 guys show up trespassing. There would be an entirely different investigation. Why are these 2 guys dead? They trespassed.
Yeah. Wisconsin does not have castle law. That's a thing. So Texas has like a castle law where you're able to legally defend your domicile with lethal force. Your life has to be under imminent threat in order to use a firearm to protect yourself in the state of Wisconsin. So, I'm not sure if Hendrickson had his concealed carry license. Maybe that's why he lied about having his firearm, in his vehicle, because I believe that he did have his firearm with him. But it was mentioned by the defense lawyers, and then he denied it, I believe. But I don't believe that's true. I believe that he lied, just like Michael Campbell did.
Nicholas, do you know if Steve Goslin has he watched at all the any of the DNA testimony in the Anderson case?
I don't think so. I think he's aware of it because we have been talking about the Anderson case. But since it's been gone now for roughly 2 weeks, means that he has missed out on the Letitia Stout and Lori Dable trial and that evidence. Because as I understand it, Florida has had a change in law regarding the death penalty, that they want to have it, instead of a unanimous vote, it's only necessary to have an 8-4 vote to get the death penalty. And Steve Gosney is an appellate lawyer who is against the death penalty for various reasons. So my assumption is that he has been quite busy the last couple of weeks, and that is why it will be very interesting to hear his opinion when I compare those cases with the Zachariah Anderson case.
Or you're going to play clips of the testimony? Oh, okay. All right. This could be very interesting. Yeah, I'm curious to see what he has to say.
Yeah, and but I'm getting behind on stuff here. But first, what do you get if you have brown sugar, coffee, whiskey, and whipped cream, and a very good mug for it?
I was going to say a headache.
Yeah,
Irish coffee.
Irish coffee in.
Nice.
Yeah, and a challenge for the chat that I have told my members that if I get to 10,000 subscribers before the end of the year, I will open a merch shop. So you might imagine this might be one of the things available. So please help me to that. And I am behind on some chats here. Let's see here. Oh, we already discussed that. Yes, it's me, Josie. It's the Broken Baker from David's chat. Oh, hail, great God of semen. No, not
That's
semen
not me.
and rabies.
I'm not the great God of semen. Nope.
No.
Isn't it the other type of semen?
Well, I used to be in the Navy, so.
It's seaman as in sailors, not. Yeah.
I was one of those.
Indigo Luna, thank you so much for your $5 super chat because I had Swedish in me. Okay. It wasn't me. I'm quite sure of it. Happy birthday,
Plausible
Nicholas.
deniability, huh, Nicholas?
And let it rain down semen and rain. Okay. This I have to save to when Aussie gets back. I think your instructions should be given to yours in more detail and in a separate class type atmosphere. Today, young people are not educated in civics like before. I leave that to the US lawyers. Civics, is it taught at all in school?
Almost not at all.
In American schools, I had it in high school. I had like one class that was like a government series going off. I had one class that was like a government class, and we did sort of a mock trial and talked about the judicial system, and we all played jurors and stuff. But that was about it.
Yeah, it was an optional class for anything that would happen in my school, and most people didn't take it. So no, there's no mandatory instruction to my knowledge about it. I think that in primary school we had a class that talked about how laws are passed. We talked about, the submission of a bill and all that stuff, and the fact that we've got 3 branches of government, but nothing like that.
Yeah. Well, we are 2 non-US persons here, so we can't do much, but yeah, I really hope you have to. Thank you, Eric the First. $10 super chat. We are in Zachariah's corner. And for those who wonder, what does this mean? Solomon, translate.
So this actually was a story that Zach had told. So Zach has twin boys, and Sadie being fluent in American Sign Language, they taught all 3 children basic sign, to ask for milk and, dad and mom, things like that. And this means I love you. And he had signed this to the twins, to the boys, and one of the boys walked over and touched fingertips with him.
Oh,
right. So he walked over and touched fingertips, which just immortalized "I love you," in the family. He specifically signs that to all of his loved ones all the time, which is why it's an important and powerful message, and why it's on the shirts.
Yeah. Let's see here. Gigi. I hope I don't get Niklas in trouble. What I'm supposed to say when I have overeaten or put stuffing in a... okay. Yeah. I should have read that before. Write the word stuffed means something completely different in 2023. Yeah. And Apostate Amanda, my kitten jumped on my keyboard and my browser was closed. Missed this DNA explanation. Ugh. Tune in on Wednesday. Me and Steve Gosney will be discussing weak versus strong DNA evidence. And since he is an appellate lawyer, I really think that will be an amazing stream. Let's see here. Anything
Nick,
else?
we're talking about the American education system and what we're taught in school. I sent you a link to a video in the private chat. I think you should play it. Solomon will get it, and Broken Baker and yeah, Schoolhouse Rock. This is what we're taught. Like part of the
okay.
Yeah. The Americans will get this.
Woo, you sure gotta climb a lot of steps to get to this Capitol building here in Washington. Well, I wonder who that sad little scrap of
This is how we're taught, by the way. How a law is made.
I watched this in school.
Only a bill, and I'm sitting here on Capitol Hill. Well, it's a long, long journey to the capital city. It's a long, long wait while I'm sitting in committee. But I know I'll be a law someday. At least I hope and pray that I will. But today I am still just a bill.
You don't have to play the whole
Bill,
thing.
you
It's
certainly
just
have
funny.
a lot of patience and courage.
Well,
But that's how we're taught, like how a bill becomes a law and things like that.
Yeah.
Like they played that in like when we're like 14, 15. It's not like for like young children.
Yeah, something
Okay.
like 7th grade. Yeah.
Oh, everyone in the chat remembers that. Yeah.
Let's see. Maybe with inviting Andrea Burkhardt to a stream. That would be interesting. I will send her a message. I've been in her chat, and we had some communications, but I've actually not spoken to her directly, except some Twitter front-end tobacco. And yeah, that will, because Andrea Burkhardt is also an appellate lawyer, I think. But she has her hands full with the Marilyn Manson case, and that's 3 hours. That's a clusterfuck in itself. Because, as I understand it, because I watched a few of the streams that she and some others had put up, there are 3 women claiming Mr. Manson did illegal stuff to them. All 3 are claiming to have been in a relationship and have lived with Mr. Manson. But the timeline, all 3 correlate with each other to have been living in Mr. Manson's 1-bedroom apartment at the same time, and nobody mentions either of the other 2. That's interesting. Yeah, so that will be really interesting. But I don't cover that case, so I don't know how much I can. Toddly Pip, it will be good to Solomon to have his own channel. However, he got his hands full with a new baby, so his guesting with me and other will be good for now. Well, I have sent suggestions to Solomon about voice acting, because that voice that's a prime witness kind of voice. It's instantly believable, and it's only a plus that you can also hear you're telling truth. Now, again, I've been a union rep for over 30 years. I have met lots of people with deep voices who lie their tooth off. But I believe you. And I'm not a trained psychologist, but I do have a bullshit detector. You don't bullshit, sir. You don't bullshit.
I mean, that's been what I've been sticking to the entire time, is that, the truth will set my brother free, and I don't need to worry about what I'm saying because I'm not lying about what I'm saying. Have I misremembered a couple of minutia? Sure, I think that's human. But I think I've had some people make some comments about that, and to me on the side, but I'm here trying to spread the truth of what occurred and what transpired between my brother and Sadie, and why this was such a hot mess. And I think that there's a lot of people that have written Zach, and he really does appreciate it, explaining to him that there's something about his trial that really touches the hearts of people. Whether they have a family member that's gone through an awful divorce or a splitting that is put the kids kind of in a really awful position between the parents, or had friends that were accused of something, or had a manipulative ex that did awful things to them. And in this situation, he's kind of hitting all of those check marks, and it's not great being the family member watching his life get burned to the ground. I mean, he's an innocent man that's just been completely turned inside out by the system, and unjustly. And I mean, we mentioned earlier the prosecutorial misconduct, and I can't imagine that our legal system just continues to uphold and stand by prosecutors that do the kind of things that Michael Gravely did during his trial. If there's anything that I push for, we've got the change.org, the petition to remove Michael Gravely as a prosecutor because of his ineptitude, because of his poor execution of the law, and his inability to prosecute someone for the truth. It was really just a personal vendetta. I can't see how he's fit to continue to prosecute. I can't see how our legal system continues to stand by prosecutors that perform so poorly that they're putting people in prison for decades of their life at a time, when they have other evidence or other situations that would exonerate them. That's criminal. That's nearly murdering someone. That's taking away decades of their life. That's destroying their families. That there's no recourse for these prosecutors that are doing this with full knowledge that they're ruining an innocent person's life, and that is fundamentally wrong.
There was something I heard about Gravely wanting to get a no-body conviction before he retired or something. It was a feather in his cap, essentially.
Schrader. Yeah.
Was it Schrader or
Judge Schrader wanted a no-body conviction before he retired. It's about having a statute named after him.
What? Okay, I thought it was Gravely. It makes less sense that it's Schrader.
But, well, Schrader made a bunch of rulings in favor of trying to see this trial make it all the way through the jury to try and get this precedential case established in Wisconsin legislature.
Because he knows this is going to get appealed, and he wants to establish. Okay.
Yeah. Right. So with this, not only do the judge and the prosecutor get the feather, the unicorn case of the bodiless homicide, but then they have an opportunity to cement their names in Wisconsin legal proceedings for potentially the future of Wisconsin's legal practice, and that's also maddening that my brother's life was sacrificed for their notoriety.
Yeah, no, I thought it was. It sort of made more sense in my mind if it was D.A. Gonzo as opposed to the judge, and I'm disappointed. One of the things that attracted me to the case, again, besides the fact that I heard love triangle and I was like, all right, this is interesting, but it was the judge from the Rittenhouse trial, and I thought, oh, this is a good judge. At least I liked his approach in that, and I was extremely disappointed in that outcome.
Yeah, it seems like this is something that is rarely done in Swedish or Danish, I believe, is the thing that you move the goalposts in order to move the goalposts in order to get an evidence in. Now, in Sweden, we have something called free evidence, which means that even if an evidence is obtained illegally, it can still be considered, but the weight of it is diminished.
Well, it used to be the rule that it was excluded, and then they sort of loosened it a little bit, and then they first started creating all kinds of exceptions to, well, it wasn't necessarily unlawfully obtained because we're going to give some excuse. And then it ultimately then at some point ends up getting admitted, even though we're just going to, not give it the weight that it should be, or it goes to weight or something like that. It's just excuse after excuse to get evidence in that shouldn't be in.
Yeah, because in my mind, if you have two goalposts here within these, there is where you have to score. If you move that goalpost, okay, yeah, I can see that. But then the next stretch, no, you still have to be within those two to stretch a little bit. Not stretch a little bit in order to stretch a little bit more. All of a sudden you have an open goal.
Right. Yeah, Valhalla says, well, I was just looking, you have to have obtained it in good faith intention. And that is one of the other things, too, is that the court has said, well, yes, they unlawfully obtained it, but they would have gotten it anyways, with a search warrant. That's one of the excuses now. Like, even if it was unlawfully obtained, if they would have gotten it anyways in the eyes of the court, they can admit it. And it's like, but you didn't have the evidence to begin with to get the warrant. I don't know. It's just a lot of, what do I say, exceptions being built into the law.
Well, I'm not so sure that gravely was liked by the juries more, because I've read, I did a search of the articles written in Kenosha and the surrounding papers, and Zach's face was all over this from the get-go. So in my mind, even if the jury came in there with a so-called open mind, I don't buy it.
They had billboards up on the freeway, You're talking about how my brother had committed this crime. Like, I don't know how you get away with, as a DA's office, their PR person was releasing false information to the press to be circulated on local TV stations, in papers, and everything else. You can find the articles. You can see the clips that are on the internet. They specifically cite blood in the back of my brother's van. They talk about all this stuff that he did. They talk about finding Gutierrez's clothes in my brother's fire pit and all kinds of stuff, which was just false. It was completely untrue. I don't know how the office can get away with specifically setting a PR person to continue to lie to the public to sway potential jurors before the case goes live, before it goes to trial. That should not be legal.
Yeah, I agree.
So I'm assuming there was no gag order in this case.
Not on the press, no. The gag order
as far as
was
the DA talking to the press or the police talking to the press.
No, I don't believe so. Not that I know of. I would have to look it up.
But it was more or less a gag order between Zach and the rest of the family, which is appalling.
Yep.
And as I understand, it was just a technique to get Zach to confess, which didn't work.
It's pretty common in the American legal system for them to treat someone that's accused of a crime like that, where they isolate them. They remove them from all the people that they love and care about, people that they communicate with regularly. They effectively put them in jail and put them under duress, and then they'll pull them into police interrogations and they'll lie to them to try and twist their minds into believing that something was true when it wasn't, and try and draw out a false confession. That's perfectly legal in the United States. They're allowed to do that. Like the DA had set the gag order, on Zach, in speaking to his children. So he hasn't seen or spoken to his children, and then had cited specifically that that my niece was, easily manipulated minor, and like the recognition of that and how they treated her, with the amount of time that she spent with Michael Gravely going over, this case, is just disgusting to me.
Yeah. The entire conduct from the district attorney's office is,
reprehensible.
Yeah.
Nicholas, you have raised $789 so far with the Give and Go fundraiser. Yeah, we got a big donation in there too.
Yeah, a $300 donation. Let's share screen. $211. Let's see, 20, 70, 370, 434, 534, 584, 599, 619, 719, 729, 779, 779. I get is my rough calculation, which means I can't do math at my current disposition.
211 to go is what I had.
Yeah.
$211 to go to $1,000. Come on, chat! You know you can do it. The link to the Zachariah Andersons Defense Fund is should be on the top, or is pinned on the top of the chat. I know you can do it. Let's see here. Can we see a close-up of my jacket?
I like that.
Yeah. This is a gift from drunk me to sober me. I had no idea it was on its way. It's a gift from via wish.whatever, and it's 4 times XL, and it's too small for me, so it's 4 times XL Chinese, which is too small for me, but I don't want to rip it apart. Sometimes drunk me likes to give sober me gifts, and it's fun when it arrives.
That's awesome. I'm gonna start blaming my spontaneous Amazon purchases on drunk me, although I don't get drunk, so I'll have to come up with another way to do that. But I like it.
Thank you. I have another jacket that drunk me gave me, and either one of you entertain.
Nope. Okay. All right. Very good. He's taking off. He's looking for another jacket.
Oh, Baker, I know that you're getting tired, that it's getting to your witching hour. I can see your eyelids, drifting.
But 2:20 in the morning. So
I had one question about, like, in Denmark, do you operate with the presumption of innocence in the same magnitude as the United States?
You always have to believe that the person is innocent, and the state has to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. It's kind of the same as we hear in U.S. cases, and some defense lawyers always try to say every possible what you would say, any possible doubt should mean that we let him go, but no, it's any reasonable doubt has to be proven, but in the cases I'm in, the police they only, I think they have like 90-something conviction rate, because it's the areas is where the politician wants them to focus. So when we get drug cases, violence cases, child cases, they are normally pretty well prepared. I have had one case with a young guy arrested for 7 months for rape, and we set him free only because a social worker said something to the police, because she thought she was helping him. He did 7 months, but in Denmark you get a pretty good pay if you are in what's it called, held against your will, or what you would call it. But,
or like a wrongful conviction or something.
Yeah, the wrongful incarceration maybe, but
wrongful incarceration.
He did 7 months in prison because a social worker said something to the police. It was such a bad case, and that's the hard cases. But we have the same things in Denmark where you say, well, you have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he did it, and with the evidence. We don't have this search warrants and things like that presented before us. If they bring it into case to the case, it's agreed upon. It's okay to bring it in. Sometimes the state would try to, if you have given an interview with the police and you are not willing to participate in court, you're allowed to in Denmark. You can say I won't testify, and you don't have to do it, and then. The prosecution sometimes tries to put your police interviews into it, and they're not allowed to do it. And some defendants try to say, well, I didn't do it, I can't remember it, I never told that to the police, even though it's written down and they signed it. And so we don't have the kind of cases where evidences are thrown out. Normally, it's if evidence is thrown out, it's later. We had a big problem with mobile data. Because they found out that they said this phone was here, but the company said, well, we have 2 masts and it's somewhere in between these triangles. So a lot of cases had to be redone, but we don't have I've never seen anything like a search warrant or anything in Denmark. It's but I mean the part of the justice system, I mean, it's normally up to 4 years. If you want to bring something over 4 years, you go to what we call landsretten. That's the highest step. But if you're a defendant, you can say, no, I just want it done, and you go down to us. There are more laymen and more judges in landsretten. But we sometimes have cases over 5 years. I had a murder and something like that, and a lot of rapes. But we have the same presumption of innocence like you have in the US, and we just do it in a different way with the layman system. We have people there who's not trying to get out of court. It's people who signed up to be in court, and I think it makes a huge difference because we want to be there, we want to help, we want to do it, not we want to go home and watch the football.
Now, have you seen a drift? Like with media coverage, like have you seen mainstream media in Denmark affect your co-jurors, people that you're on a jury panel with in their review of a case? Have you seen media coverage affect opinions or sway opinions at all in your experience?
It has to be a pretty big case before it hits the media like that. I could show you what's in our local court in next week. There's some money laundering, there's some violence, and we have heard nothing about it. When I show up, 99% of the cases, I have never heard anything about it. I just read the charges, and then we go in and they present the case. But the politicians affects the judicial system very much. They want violence and drugs and rape. They want them pushed to the front of the judicial system, and they want them convictions just all the time. So robbery cases, I have just done a case. It took us more than a year, and was back in 2017 it started, because it's just get pushed back because violence, rape, and it's mostly the politician who interferes in how they want us to focus our power or our time. And it's the media doesn't play a role before, but a lot of times when I open the paper the day after, I can't remember I've been to that trial, and I can't remember that we gave that conviction, because a lot of people is way smarter than us laymen, and the judges are always wrong. But I believe if you ask any of the lawyers, they have experienced the same thing, because it's never hard enough and never long enough. It's never bad enough. Even we had a guy, we sent him away to an insane asylum. It wasn't enough. We don't have a death penalty in Denmark. What should we do? So it's So it's our media mostly cover it after. And Facebook, I hate to go on Facebook, and I live in a small town. Everybody knows everybody, and I can see when the story pops up in the media. Our names are not anywhere in public. We are not known to the public. Who are our names are not mentioned as laymen. Only the judge's name is mentioned, but we could just read how stupid we are, how wrong we got it, but that's the judicial system. Everybody is wrong. If you win, the defendant was wrong, and if you lose, it's the same thing. So no, Nick, before you go to the update, it's 2:30. I'm on the short list for if they are missing a juror or layman tomorrow. So my phone rings. It's in 6 hours, and I should maybe have stopped at 2 snaps. But, thank you so much for having me for my first ever live stream, and thank you, David. I'm gonna spam your chat again tomorrow. Solomon, best of luck to you, my man. It's so nice to meet you, and fingers crossed.
Bye, bro.
Thank you for showing up. Thank you so much for showing up.
And to the chat, thank you for entertaining us. And Junie, more dance videos. See you all later.
Sometimes when he's talking about serious stuff and I'm watching the chat and just laughing.
Yeah, and we got another $50. Ashley Elrod, which brings us to David.
I had 789, right? That's what I had. 789 plus 50. I didn't.
We have 211 left, so now we're at 169. Is that what you?
We have two. If we have,
we had 178. Or I'm sorry, we had 789 plus another 50, so we're at 839. And so we have
$161 more.
161. Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah. Come on, chat. I know you can do it.
I am getting periodically harassed, by the way, to start my own YouTube channel. Though I would have to convince Jen that it's a good idea. I don't know that that's going to be possible.
Yeah. Running a YouTube channel is more work than you can imagine. I mean, just for this stream, this lighthearted stream, I spent a good 6 to 8 hours finding stuff to talk about. And then you showed up and solved it. But I still have to research things to talk about. Same with the videos. The last video I put up was the Letitia Stalk. Let's see here. Letitia Stalk sort of admitting to shooting her stepson. And that's a 6-minute video that took me 6 hours.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of time you have to go through to find where is it, how do I present it, then I record it, then I edit it, and I'm horrible at editing. If I win $1 million on lottery, I'm hiring a guy to edit my crap because I'm bad at it.
That's the worst part. I used to do so early on, like 4 or 5 years ago when I started these. We would do scripted videos and then we would edit and clip them. And you sit down for like an hour and you kind of script it out, and then you record it for maybe 30 minutes, 40 minutes, and then you spend 8 hours trying to edit the damn thing and get it up on this on YouTube. It's a pain in the ass. These lives are so much better because I can just like jump up and do something. I like it a lot better. But yeah, editing, and everyone knows I've been working on the edit of the closing arguments for the Zachariah Anderson. I put the 8 minutes out there, the first 8 minutes, and I've had a lot of help from my chat as well as others trying to get all the timestamps for the different parts of the testimony to put it together. And without that, I wouldn't be nearly as close as I am, and I still don't have it done yet. But it just takes forever to edit.
Yeah, and if you have asked me in the 80s, I could have programmed a computer. Now, on, please function. That's my. Hey, look who's back!
Told you I'd be back.
What time is it there? You're in a suit.
Suited up.
Look at you. I've never seen you look so sharp, Hayden.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, no, this is what I look like during 9 to 5. Although my office doesn't technically open for another hour and a half because I do a sort of half day on a Monday just so I can get through some admin stuff in the morning. Decided to... I had to meet with a specific client, so I was nice and said I'd do that during my closed hours. But anyway, I was listening. I heard a few things. Can we go back to bashing Schrader? Because, I mean, for anyone that's watching that doesn't know, I've spent the last, 2.5 weeks rewatching the Rittenhouse trial, having sat through Zachariah Anderson. It's sort of like, it was a grift within a grift, but watching the two trials and realizing exactly how much I believe he declined cognitively in such a short period, bringing him back out of retirement because he was the only one that didn't really have some sort of conflict of interest was a bad idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so. You're watching the Rittenhouse. I haven't watched it since it originally happened.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought he was a good judge in the Rittenhouse trial. Or am I just mistaken? Did Rittenhouse win despite the judge?
It was interesting because the whole way through the trial, because I've gone back and I was, as I said, it was a grift within a grift. I went back and I watched Nick Recader's stream as an excuse to be able to tag various people and that sort of thing and bring in viewers. I make no qualms about that. But it was interesting watching even the 9 or 10 other panelists claiming, that he was a good judge right up until a certain point in the trial. And then you saw the faces change when they realised he was making certain bad decisions. And it wasn't until, in my opinion, about day 8 or 9, like we were most of the way through the trial before anyone sort of cottoned on. And he made some bad choices during that trial as well. And don't get me wrong, I think that if Kyle had not been acquitted, I think he would have been lambasted and lampooned. But I do think it's an instance of Kyle won despite Schrader in that instance as well. I do.
So interesting because even like the closing when Schrader's giving jury instructions, if you watch the footage of Schrader giving jury instructions to the jury in the Rittenhouse trial, and then you play the footage of him giving the jury instructions in Zach's trial, it's like moving at 0.5, somewhere between 0.25 and 0.5 speed. Like he's like cognitively impaired. He's like moving really slowly through his paperwork. Like if you watch him during Rittenhouse, he's like flying through the legal documents, just speed reading it all the way through. And then he turns to the jury, he tells them what to do, and then he moves on. Like it was lightning fast. It was the experience of a lifetime judge, right? A judge that has done it over and over and over again, that he just had that shit down and he just lasered in. And then with my brothers, it was like he was searching for words for half of it. He was spending more time searching for words than he was doing almost anything else in the trial. And it just, whether or not he was there even for the important decisions to be made, whether or not he was stopping litigation to get the jury out of the room, when things were brought up, he just wasn't on point. He wasn't as sharp as he needed to be, and that was undeniable.
Yeah, and I think it was problematic as well. I mean, look, seeing him make discussing the same stories, making the same joke about the book on hearsay being, this big since he was, dealing with the dinosaurs and that sort of thing. I did also think it was interesting that in this time around as well, I do think we played a part in how things were structured, and it does concern me, and I haven't harped on about it too much because I don't want Gravöl using it as an excuse in the future to have his trials not televised. The 2 instances that I'm aware of that we know trial streams were being played in that court, there were 2 instances that I'm aware of. There was one specifically where you can try and convince me as much as you like, Schrader scratched his damn ear when the guy asked him to. You cannot convince me otherwise. And then hearing the stream audio played over the court, that sort of thing. As far as I'm concerned, it's good to see that they were following along. But the other trouble is that there were so many content creators out there that were following along with the trial that had terrible takes. I mean, I had someone send me one and post in my Discord a couple of days ago. I got 3 minutes in and I was red-faced and screaming at the screen because of how bad this person had, like, taken things.
On the Anderson trial?
Yes, yeah. And I know that Jeff, when he was covering it too, he got into an argument with one of the law Twitter girls or the 13th jurors or whatever else they're called or whatever. And it's just interesting to see that, because I know you were mentioning the media prior as to how it impacts on trials and that sort of thing. And I think in this instance, it's up to us to try and kick a boot up people. So, people, donate to the Give, Send, Go. I've done my bit.
Yeah. And
that may or may not have been a tax deduction too.
Thank you.
I saw on YouTube a channel that does criminal stories of sorts. And they, about a week ago, they did an hour and a half documentary about the Zachariah Andersons trial. And I watched the first 12 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to punch the guy.
Sounds about right.
It was so bad. It was ridiculous. First of all, the blood evidence. Oh, it was confirmed it was blood in Zachariah's van. And you just want to... No? Yeah. And that video has, I think, 250,000 views.
Does this,
and isn't that
does
terrifying?
This creator start with a B? A letter B? Is that the video you watched?
Yeah.
It was horrible. I reached out to him, actually.
Really?
Okay.
Any response?
No. I said, hey, I saw your take. I'd like to. I can come on your channel or you can come on mine. I'd like to have a discussion and see where we are on this. Kind of a back and forth sort of thing, and no response.
No, because I don't like having the views on things contradicted.
You're crackling, Aussie.
Yeah, in the first minute and a half, he claimed that that Zach owned the Christmas tree farm. Like the content creator, just could not care less that content seen by any number of people on the internet could negatively impact, like my family's business. Zach wasn't connected to that farm. They searched the farm because my brother Josh owns it, but he wasn't financially invested in that farm whatsoever. He barely spent time there. He helped plant trees, and he went out and he helped maybe for a weekend or two in the winters, because it was a family business. But it wasn't like he owned the farm or had long-term investment there in that nature. And for people that might have a chip on their shoulder, for my brother, being involved in this case, they might actually hurt the viability of my family's business, and that is really frustrating, from our point of view, as a family.
Mm.
Yeah, and it's one of even the suspect in the Idaho murders, his family is getting like canceled, like they're losing jobs and stuff. They had nothing to do with it, assuming this guy did it. Let's even, for the sake of argument, say he's not guilty, he's not innocent. He's already been proven guilty. His family still had nothing to do with it, and yet they're getting, I guess, canceled, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, and that's like responsible, ethical media coverage, right? Like what do we owe, people that are innocent of a crime? Should we be, turning them inside out on all media platforms before proven, guilty? I don't know.
Yeah.
And thank you, Jackie Kennedy. $100 to Zachariah Andersons Give and Go.
Pull my
That
calendar.
leaves us with $61.
$61 reduced to a full 1,000.
Yeah, $61 to a full 1,000. Now, chat, what do you want me to do? I have a liquor cabinet. What do you want me to do for $61?
$61. That's how short we are. All right.
Yeah. What?
Okay.
I'm already slightly intoxicated of Australian wine.
Fruity Chardonnay.
I'm fruity.
Sorry, I know that was loud as well, you said.
Yeah.
Well, see, it's interesting because right now at the moment, here in Australia, there's trademark issues going on. Parmesan, Cabernet, Chardonnay, Champagne, all of those are up for trademark at the moment. And they want to stop Australian exporters from using the names because it doesn't come from the places in France or from Italy or anything like that.
Oh, interesting.
So
that is under the transatlantic trade agreement, which is, oddly enough, Australia is involved in the transatlantic trade agreement, even though you have no borders to the Atlantic Ocean. Yeah, that's interesting.
Is that just a remnant of them being owned by Britain, where they were just included in the envelope?
I think it's because we're such a big exporter in terms of certain things, particularly in wine. There's various wineries and estates, even around here near Melbourne, that are quite well known and exported across the globe, really. So I think that because that particular agreement was covering so many of those specific areas, they said, "Yeah, no, we're including you guys in it just to be safe."
Yeah, it's like the Eurovision Song Contest. For some odd reason, Australia is in the
Yeah, that was weird. I've only recently started watching that, and I noticed Australia. That was weird.
Yeah, and please don't tar us all with the same feather, because we don't pick who actually gets to go in that. At least the public doesn't anyway.
Anonymous donor.
$61.
There you go.
$61.
Nicely done.
Well done.
They didn't write what I have to drink. Thank you so much. They did not write down what I had to do for that $61.
That's right. No contract has been formed.
What the hell? Thank you.
Oh, wait. There was a Maker's Mark shot. That's up in the chat. $61 equals Maker Mark shot.
I don't have Maker's Mark.
Oh.
But I do have Highland Park 12. That should do it.
That'll do the trick.
Yeah.
Oh.
I left my moonshine out in the rain when I ran in with my laptop and camera.
Oh, that's a shame.
I hope I'm not doing anything with my girlfriend tomorrow. But she is.
All right.
For
$1,000
even. And we're not done. I'm not drunk enough to close down this stream. Yet.
Thank you.
I can't comment. It's going to be a few days before I touch alcohol again.
This is such a lovely whiskey to have a shot on. I better pour myself one just to sip on it.
Just to nurse, just to make sure you're getting all the tannins and all the flavors and.
Yeah, exactly. Because so far I have apple juice and Old Invalid. And yeah. Oh.
I like how Broken Baker says he's got to go because it's late and he's got to go to bed. He's been in the chat since he left.
He's just listening to it in bed. He said that he would put on his baker's hat for $61.
Oh.
Oh dear.
So, did I hear hat?
I don't know where the birthday hat went. I left that somewhere.
I think Aussie lost his shit.
This is from my Easter herring taste test stream, where we actually gathered almost $1,200, I think.
Yeah, our goal was 1,000. We got it 1,200.
Yeah, it's
nice.
hat time, David.
Oh,
David, right. I see it behind you.
Yes.
Oh boy.
Yeah, here we go. Solomon's
got one too. I gotta change all my headphones now.
I've got this resting on top of the hair. It's funny because the AI thing on NVIDIA doesn't know what to do with it. Yay! We all got hats. There we go.
There we go.
Hey! We all got hats. Ah, this should be a law card. This should be a law card. We are very serious in our profession, folks.
Yes.
Absolutely.
We're all professionals here.
We are all professionals here.
Yep. Raising money with hats. All right, guys.
Yep. I should have the chicken hat first, but this sadly is not my property. I do think you can buy this from more or less everything. Wish or everything.
Valhalla. And that was the moment Solomon knew he fucked up.
Well, this is my eldest son's. He left this behind when he moved out. So no, I still have this silly hat.
I had to run a 5K obstacle course to get this bad boy.
Really?
I'm surprised you still have it.
I had to pay $3 for this, including shipping.
Nice.
$3 whole.
$2 and an emu feather.
Okay, Aussie wins. Aussie wins.
The real question is, did you get the feather directly from the emu?
Oh, well, they're just so prevalent, you know. They run down the street, they leave the feathers everywhere, you just pick one up and they're occasionally worth something.
Now,
there's a guy that was using them as quills for a while, yeah.
Now, while we are doing serious stuff, I have been talking to a person who knows more about YouTube things, and I'm being attacked by my cat. It's about how to present your channel. Now, most people know me as Niklas Starow, union rep, label. Aha! Asshole! That's what
Niklas Starow, label law, asshole. I love it.
My asshole cat attacked me on my muffin. Yeah. You fucking asshole. You fucking asshole. Jesus Christ.
That was awesome.
I love my cat, but that thing is an asshole. He attacks me at the exact wrong moment. Don't make this into a law card. Don't make this into... Now, where was it? Yeah, about branding. And this with... I have done a lot of different videos and everything. So thinking I would check some things with you, because you might have seen, I will show you my current intro. I will show. Now, I like this intro, but as I was explained to, this union rep labor law is more of a CV than an explanation of what my channel actually is going towards. So with that person's help, I made 2 new intros that I would like your input on. It's the same beginning, but let's look at it. Since most of what I'm going to do forward is evidence analysis and watch and analyze trials.
Mm-hmm.
So I shortened my first name because Niklas, not many people pronounce it correctly. It might give me some recognition because just by that reason. So I have this Nick Starow trial watch. But I thought that, well, if I shorten my first name, maybe shorten my last name as well.
I like Nick Star. It's kind of catchy.
It works.
What was that? There was a porn star that had that. What was her name?
Is there a porn star? Nick Star.
Nikki Star. Actually, yes. I think from memory.
Right. Yeah. Also, Aussie, I appreciate that every time he cut to an intro, you came back with a new hat.
I didn't catch that.
I only grabbed the ones with arms reach too.
Well, no, even if you touch me there, you fucking cat, I will.
So I see Nikki Star. She's got an IMDb page. I don't think porn stars have IMDb.
To be fair, I've got an IMDb page, so yeah, she's.
Okay. You have an IMDb page for what?
Yeah, it's like $20 a month or something. Because someone started like putting stuff on there. I was like, shit, I better take control of this before it gets out of hand.
Oh, Niklas Starow. Oh, okay. The entirety of the name, but with trial watch. Yeah.
I always say your name wrong, according to my wife.
Yeah.
Don't pronounce it correctly.
No, but everybody does. So that's not. But then again,
Niklas, right?
Yeah, Niklas. So it's brand recognition is the hard to pronounce name is sometimes a brand recognition. So I'm having keep your full name to avoid porn star. Yeah.
Nick Star, porn star.
I mean, unless you want the education, I'm not going to tell you how to live your life, Nicholas.
Got him!
He's at his office and he has all of these hats.
Yes. Well, you got to be entertaining when you can. So.
Yep.
Oh, love that one, Nick. That's great.
But this is the thing. This is a one-size-fits-all vest.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And this is the size of my head.
I feel like most Swedes have big heads.
Yeah. So I use it. I've said it. I have the same size nose as Nick Rekieta, but my giant head makes my nose look normal. Yeah.
I love what Rain Man YYC said there. Nick Starow, troll porn.
There you
That's
go.
awesome.
Yeah. There you go.
There you go.
You got your YouTube handle.
Yep. That's great.
Perfect. Yeah, I like that.
Well,
I
however,
wonder if YouTube would have a problem with that.
I mean, that way you get everything that you need. You get the point of view. You get all of the stuff that you want, all the weird shit that you want to put on your channel.
And then when you get to the conviction, you get the money shot. It's just, it's perfect.
Yes.
Well, I have a can of cream, but no.
We can maybe more of a graphic, but sure.
This is a great question from Tweety US News. Who is my target market? People interested in law, people interested in trials, people interested in analysis of evidence, and the point of view of a non-US citizen. So that would be my 4 key. But this brand recognition is more of a, what would make people look at the name of the channel and say, hey, let's check this out. Because Niklas Starow, Union Rep Labor Law, doesn't, because I've seen this in my membership chat, that it's confusing. But people, okay, but let's give it a shot. But for many people, a confusing name says, let's move on. That is why I'm moving on towards this either trial watch or something else. So that's why I ordered these new infos from
mine was just to call it a law show of some sort, and then I have like a little TV as my logo. And
Aussie, what are you thinking? I know you're thinking of something.
I was kind of just running through the 30-second elevator pitch for what Nick Starrow's troll porn would sound like.
Perfect. I mean, are you going to play Aerosmith Love in an Elevator while you do it, or what?
From the foreplay of discovery to the teasing of deliberation to the money shot at the conviction. Watch Nick Starrow's troll porn.
Maybe I should have had this discussion without alcohol. I don't know.
Possibly.
Damn you, Aussie!
David, are you boomering right now? David, are you talking while muted?
Oh, I am absolutely boomering.
On tractor. I don't think that's a good name of my channel, but I'm open to everything. Let's see here. Keep Niklas and put. Oh, yeah. Oh, you have seen the license plate of my tractor, haven't you?
Oh, yeah. Well, I don't know if everyone has.
I don't think I've seen the license.
Yeah, you've shown it. Yep. It's fun as fuck.
I have to. Damn.
Discovery equals foreplay. I'm just looking in the chat. Yeah, you could do a lot with that.
You really could. And if you back off Nicky Starr, you know damn well you're gonna get views. Basically,
I mean, you're not wrong. It's a good avenue to get people to click on your content, and then you could organize all your views on your channel. Like you could have a whole literally POV, a point of view section where you have your own point of view, and you could like literally do all of this stuff, like all of these references. So, I mean, it's not a bad marketing.
It's not bad at all, actually.
You muted, Nick.
You're boomering.
4 hours and only 2 boomer moments. That's a win. That's a win. Trial hub.
Love it.
Yeah,
Oh, that's
yeah,
good.
you're stuck
That's
between
so
trial
good.
hub and trial tube, right? Isn't that?
That's great.
Oh, that's
You
so
could
good.
really, I think, if you're comfortable with it, you could really go with that. That would be great.
Really run with that. That'd be hilarious.
Nick Star trial porn.
Trial hub. Trial hub is an. That's actually a good name. Because it infers, but it doesn't spell it out. Everybody knows Pornhub. Trial hub is just, it's a hub for trials.
That's
but
right.
Everybody gets the reference.
I love
That's
right.
actually
POV.
really good.
And what I would love is if you get a sponsorship from Brazzers or something like that. That would really just...
Get on the fuck tractor with Trial hub.
To be fair, the fuck tractor could be an entire channel or an entire classification of just you messing around in the tractor. You know, just the fuck tractor. You're. This is a win-win for you, Nick. It's really good. It's good marketing.
Oh, that's so funny. So instead of bringing you ideas to narrow it down, I got more ideas. Right.
Sorry about that. Fake tractor.
I love my chat. They are amazing people.
Oh, they're good people.
You fucking cat! Get off my leg!
He heard about Trial Hub. He's excited.
But let's see here. Get up here, you asshole. See my ginger pussy. No. Look at my ginger pussy at Trial Hub.
See?
See more Ginger Pussy on Trial Hub.
There you go. And then you instead of like Legal Vices has got the dog cam, then you have your ginger pussy cam, and it's really just a win-win.
All right, I convinced my wife to come on the stream earlier in exchange that I spend some time with her this evening, so I might have to jet here pretty quick.
Yeah.
I mean, we've hit the 4-hour mark.
It
is my wife's birthday.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Oh,
get
he's
in
got a better
trouble.
excuse than I do, though.
Let's just see if $61 is the last thing, and I'm getting close to my limit.
I think you got a lot of ideas to work with, though. This whole new marketing strategy of yours.
I think Sober Me will probably be...
Sober You's going to have to come back and review the tape and then come up and then decide.
That's probably true.
Sober Me might erase this tape. That's but I do, because I have this with the shortened first name, shorten the both name to Nick Stars, which I personally think on what do you call it? Not a general level, but a surface level can attract people. But then again, with a hard to pronounce name, it makes me stand out also. But I do like Trial Watch. So maybe just keep the name, but add Trial Watch.
Yeah, I think that's really... I mean, even if you want to drop the union rep and just have labor law, we'll talk.
That's on labor law is so narrow.
Yeah. Look, I can understand this because I can speak from experience, Nick. I spent 12 hours on stream with my chat coming up with my new name.
Yeah.
It was across 2 6-hour streams. We had, I think at one point there was 24 different scenarios, and we took votes and all sorts of crap. It's a difficult decision. I get it.
Yeah, because I have 1,600 plus. Let's see here what it says. 1637, which is an amazing number. 90% of YouTubers never reach 1,000.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That's just a fact. And me reaching 1,600 and still growing, that's good. But for example, my goal for 10K at the end of the year, I do need to recognize the fact I need some branding.
Mm-hmm.
Especially because if 50% of people find my Union Rep label law confusing, then I exclude 50% of possible subscribers, 50% of possible members. Yeah. So I do recognize that. And I do have, I already have to the member portion of my videos. I have transferred some videos over to member only because another thing I have to recognize is the algorithm. If I have law stuff and all of a sudden I have my sunrise videos,
Yes.
that is ruining the rest of the videos. But if I put it at the member only, then it doesn't affect my growth, not as much as at least.
That's
so,
interesting.
Sadly enough, I do have to recognize the YouTube algorithm. Yeah, so that is where we are. I will take this into consideration.
Nothing wrong with that. I mean, if you're going to try and grow the popularity, you gotta lean into the thing.
I'll be back.
I did throw some of your videos, some of David's, and I don't remember if I've got, because I didn't do an interview with Aussie yet. You know, I think that I'm due to make an appearance on Hayden's channel, but I threw a little playlist together for my own YouTube thing to cycle through when I'm working on homework and stuff, just in the background. Hopefully it helps.
Yeah, I mean, I had thought about mine for about a minute, and then it was the Michigan Law Show, and then I just shortened it to MLS because I didn't want people to think, oh, this is just Michigan related stuff once they started expanding it. And that's about the most thought I put into mine. I don't know. It seems to be doing okay. If I have an issue, I might rethink. But,
well,
I do.
Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. No, you first.
I was just going to say you've got a a good creative mind. You know, like just the fact that you cited the Muppets during Zach's trial. I mean, like that sense of humor, that witty sense of humor to hit that, like in the heat of the moment, when you're midstream or whatever it is, it makes a difference for entertainment. Like just sort of like
I feel like my content sells it.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah, you're not over there doing what is it, law hub or whatever it is.
Trial hub.
That's it.
Nick's pronunciation of chat, he says chat. What's the fucking difference?
Well, there is a difference between chat and shat, for the record.
Shat here is the past tense of having shit.
Yeah, I do know that, but the pronunciation I do, does it really make that much of a difference?
Valhalla's not a mod on your channel.
Oh, settings.
I made him a mod on mine just in spite of, or to spite rather, Jeff.
Well, Somebody's got to be around to stop Jeff from banning people when he falls asleep on his.
Oh my god! I still can't believe you managed to do that.
Danny, that was on. And so that's what I was like. Okay, I'm gonna make Valhalla a mod on my channel, but not Jeff.
he went to sleep. I think it was day 5 or 6 of Zach's trial. We did the handover. He gave me the rundown of what happened in the morning session. And then all of a sudden, about 10, 15 minutes later, 6 or 7 people surprisingly got banned off my channel. And I'm sitting there going, what the hell is going on? Chat's going ballistic. And everyone's going, Jeff's banning people in his sleep. He did it again on Danny's stream?
Yeah, Danny on direct.
No.
3 days ago or something. He did it again.
Oh!
He claims he claims it was he was in the shower and Drops got on his phone. Yeah.
To be fair, I accidentally banned someone about a week ago on one of Joe's streams because I went to pick up my phone, my finger slipped, and it hit it and banned somebody. I'm just like, I'm so sorry.
I think I made Valhalla awaits a mod now. I'm not sure. Valhalla, did you get the mod stuffy thingy?
Yeah, he's a mod now. I see it. I see the little wrench. Well, with that, I'm going to have some time with my wife. And thank you, Nicholas, for having me on. And glad we were able to raise 1,000 for Zach. That was great. Aussie, I haven't met you yet, so nice to meet you.
Yeah, you too.
And everyone have a good night. And I will be streaming tomorrow morning at 10:45 Eastern. For more Letitia Stout fun. You guys want to join me?
David.
Yeah.
Lovely.
See you around, David.
Take care.
Happy wife, happy life. You know how that goes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, I have one more story from Mirror Weird Stories to... Let's see here. Share screen. There. People astonished to discover McDonald's Filet-O-Fish religious origin. It's been a staple of the McDonald's menu for decades, but many people have no idea there's actually a very smart reason to why the fast food giant began serving Filet-O-Fish.
How are people surprised by this?
Why is that shocking?
I have no idea about this. When you think of the McDonald's menu, your mind may automatically go to meaty classics such as the Big Mac, McChicken, or maybe a bag of iconic crispy nuggets. There is, of course, however, a famous fish offering, the Filet-O-Fish. A staple of the menu for years, the Filet-O-Fish is made of breadcrumbed white hockey or pollock fish on a bun with tartar sauce and a slice of cheese. Blah, blah, blah. Yada, yada, yada. Yada, yada, yada. Give me... What? It doesn't say!
Okay.
What?
Right above that, it talked about how it was a Christian right there. Because it had to do with Good Friday and how Catholics don't eat red meat on Friday. So they launched Filet-O-Fish. I knew that. But I was raised Catholic, so, you know.
I didn't specifically know it, but I put 2 and 2 together. As soon as he said religious, I'm like, yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. I had no idea. The only thing I know about April 30th, which is only April 30th for Solomon now, because Aussie is way into May 1st, and so am I. That April 30th is the celebration of certain German leaders' self-ending. If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
While we are 4 hours in, Hitler shot himself in the head. And I had no idea.
Say what you will about Hitler. He did kill Hitler.
he did kill Hitler.
If we could go back in time and see who killed Hitler, it's evident that it was Hitler. So
yeah. And I had no idea how to celebrate that. So, because I don't know kosher or anything like that, because I'm Swedish. We are a secular country. So this morning I didn't have bacon for breakfast.
What? Oh, okay, gotcha. I was trying to think why you would do that, but yes, that makes sense.
So I had coffee, I had stuff, but I didn't have bacon, which I guess is kosher. So hey, Hitler healed himself. Yep. Good for cheers.
Cheers to you not eating bacon today.
Oh, this is so funny. 4 hours in. Yeah. You know what, guys? It's 3:20 in the morning. Jeff is being a bitch because he didn't show up, even though he promised to. So I don't know what I will do towards him to make this even.
Yeah, you even had Chandler in the chat. You might have been able to drag her in at some point, but...
Yeah, she had a migraine, so she couldn't get in.
Oh, that's too bad.
And I invited a few other people that I hope to get in. Nick Ricada maybe, and other people. But yeah, sometimes stuff doesn't happen. I have had a glorious time.
That's the main thing. So as long as you enjoyed yourself.
So I've been drinking Old Invalid, Old Invalid Port, Old Invalid. Yeah. So yeah, I've been drinking Fruity Aussie and 12-year-old Scotch. I've been having a great time. We managed to get to $1,000 on Zachariah Andersons defense fund, and that is awesome. That would bring my stream, at least, I don't know anything outside of the stream, but to $2,200 to Zachariah Anderson's defense stream. Tomorrow I will be streaming. Oh God, shit! I'm going to stream tomorrow. The afternoon session of the Letitia Stauk. Oh, let's see if I can bring up my.
Wow. I just checked the total. We're $119 away from hitting the $10,000 mark.
Okay, I'm going on. This is my People versus Letitia Stauk, day 17 afternoon session tomorrow, 9 p.m. Because David is doing the morning session. This Letitia Stauk, she is claiming that this guy is still alive. I'm having Jamie on board. Jamie is David's sidekick on his channel, and she has been amazing on adding to the content.
Excellent.
Tupac. She claims Tupac is still alive. Yeah. She also claims Alaskan vampires. That she can bring back people from the dead. Yeah, it is a very, very interesting case. So we'll see you here tomorrow.
I mean, out of curiosity, why is it really her defensive strategy to try and say as many outlandish things as possible to try and argue the dissociative identity disorder, the DID, or is it or is it that she's just trying to say as much, just off the wall stuff to try and prove that she can make an insanity plea? I mean, that seems to be the strategy, that she admitted to shooting her stepson, and now she's just trying to go for some sort of reasonable insanity by just saying as much ridiculous stuff as possible.
I have to agree with EK from Minneapolis, Minnesota, whatever. Oh God, there's really no way to explain her. So far, she had told 14 lies, provable lies. She has 6 or 7 different personalities. The latest one, who did do the shooting of Gannon Stauk, her stepson, is a Spanish-speaking, Russian-trained assassin. So in one of her recordings, she is trying to have a Spanish accent, which is very interesting. It's more or less South Dakota hillbilly accent of sorts. Not really Spanish. But she does have an insanity plea ongoing. The trial, so far, the evidence points at her. There's no question about it. That the state's expert testified to 3.4 octocillion, that it wasn't Gannon's DNA. So it's quite a high number. I believe it's 27 zeros. That's strong DNA evidence.
Yeah.
And but the last witness for the state admitted that the company she works for are under investigation because they do not have the resources to conduct proper investigations. And this is under the time frame that they did the investigation on Letitia Stauk. Now, probably on Monday, the state will rest. It's the defense case in chief, and they will bring on a psychologist that is actually good. Now, I don't believe that the jury will buy it. I know I won't buy it, but you never know, because insanity pleas are really, really, really hard.
And as we're all aware, juries aren't necessarily the most intelligent of people.
That's true.
Yeah.
It's just hard to prove like madness, and I don't know if she's really leaning into it. Is the jury, is their bullshit meter gonna top out? I thought for sure in my brother's trial that the bullshit meter was off the charts. I mean, that just about every witness that the state put on the stand that wasn't a police officer, and even some of the police officers were shifty and contradictory in their testimony. So, I was dumbfounded that the jury believed it. So I mean, I guess a jury can always surprise you.
Yeah, that's the sad part about U.S. trial at the moment. But when it comes to Letitia Stauk, that when she's caught in a lie, she does another lie to somewhat negate the previous lie. And we are now up to 14 of these lies. Now, so we can conclude, in my opinion, that she is a compulsive liar. She has narcissistic traits, possible bipolar, possible Amber Heard disease, the histrionic personality. Though neither of those are criminally insane. DID can be considered criminally insane. So the defense does have a witness that does have that theory. And I do think, David, had a stream yesterday, a full HBO hour and a half about this. And she really, really believes in her diagnosis. So it will be really interesting to see the rest of the trial. But I don't think anything other than the strong DNA evidence have any input on the Zachariah case. And that is Wednesday for you in chat. Me and Steve Gosney will discuss weak versus strong DNA evidence. And since he is a Florida-based lawyer who specializes in appellate law, that will be really, really interesting. Let's see here. Faking psychosis is extremely difficult. Nicholas is describing a cluster C or cluster B personality disorder. Yeah. I agree. I'm getting a bit saucy here. Let's see here if we are getting closer to 10. How far away are we from 10K? Because
refreshing my page, we are $119.
100. On which channel? Tomorrow morning it's on David's channel. Tomorrow afternoon it's on my channel because David has prior engagement. Ooh. Let's just say this: $100 and let's say $200. What are you prepared to make me suffer, chat? And for those who does not know, if you become a member, this is Hugo, the ass burner. This is my chili plant. This is a big pot. I don't know the exact size of it. This chili plant is the bigger the pot, the bigger the plant. This damn plant decided to grow this size in that size pot. Normally that plant gets maybe 4 feet high. So this will be around August or September, will be, I predict, maybe 5.5 feet, and it will produce chili fruits that, if you are a member and live in a country which I can send chili seeds and chili fruit to, Australia is not one of them.
It's fine.
Sadly. If you stand for the cost of shipping, I will send you seeds or fruits from Hugo, the ass burner.
What type of pepper is it?
It's a medium strength. The fruits grow to about 20 to 30 centimeters, so about 2/3 to a full foot. So it's big fruits, but it's slim and wrinkly.
Okay.
Do with that as you please. Let's see here. If the look at this.
Oh, somebody donated another, was it 50? Yeah.
Another 50. Present, stop screen, present, share screen, Share screen. Maddie Dennis, $50. Thank you, Nicholas. Loving the chat comments. Smiley face, laughing face, laughing face, laughing face. Thank you so much for an additional $50 to Zachariah Andersons Defense Fund. I will get increasingly drunk because why not? I have the day off tomorrow, and this I will blame everything on Jeff because he's not here.
Yeah, think of how we could have had the $69 to make it $10,000 if Jeff had shown up.
Yeah, it's $69.
Because that was left, $69.
Yep.
Seriously, chat.
Oh, screw that. I'll cover it myself.
69. Who will get there first? Who will beat Aussie Overlaw'd to 69? Who will beat Aussie Overlaw'd to 69? Who will beat him? Come on, chat. You know you can do it. You know you can do it. Ah.
I just keep refreshing. I'm waiting to see who gets it.
Come on, beat Aussie to it. Beat off Aussie. Oh, come on, you know. Let's see.
There it is.
David.
Who got it? It didn't register the donator. It registered the money of value, though.
I don't see it on my page.
Oh, Jeff. Is Jeff actually here?
Jeff, you owe me a 69.
Phrasing, Nick. Phrasing.
Phrasing.
All right. Oh, that had been Hayden. Hayden got it. Got the $69 donation. Thank you, Hayden. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Gleister Legal 69.
Honestly, if I was in the US, I'd do so much more, but I'll do what I can.
No, you being here to help talk about it, bringing your viewership over to streams like this, it makes a difference, and we really appreciate it.
Yeah, no, of course.
Nicholas exposure, it spreads a little bit more. The word with my brother's trial and everything that's going on, and every little bit counts. Thank you.
My pleasure, because as I said on previous streams, I grew up in Swedish redneck country, and I met so many people that remind me of Zach, Solomon, Senate, Sadie. I met so many people in my life, in my early life, that just makes me, because in my mind, this is a custody battle that somehow got an unrelated dead body. And the prosecution said, let's bring this into the custody battle. It should never have been brought in because there's simply no evidence.
Yeah.
There are so much evidence that, again, don't speak ill of the missing serial cheater, owed everybody money, owed criminals money. There's just so, even if you think Zach did it, there's simply not enough evidence. It's too much reasonable doubt.
Yeah.
For an at least semi-trained eye, there's too much doubt.
Yeah, there was the man Nick Mercier that had made a post on the Kenosha Facebook page about about how he knew who committed the crime and had redacted it from their page, shortly after his post. That guy's been in and out of police custody over the last several years. I mean, he's been arrested and thrown in jail and put out on bond. He beat up his girlfriend, broke her arm in a bar, and all kinds of stuff. Like, there's just like, it's not like they didn't have leverage on him. It's not like they didn't have access to him. They just didn't bother, and that kind of stuff, it just eats us alive. We're just looking at this with heads and hands, like, why as a police agency, why wouldn't you make sure to chase that lead? It doesn't make sense.
I wish I had an answer for you.
I know.
But for the next couple of minutes, I have to take a piss, so entertain the chat.
Do my best.
Yes, sorry, I'm in the middle of trying to do work, so I'm not going to be a huge amount of help. But anyway,
so the time frame doesn't work either if we're going to talk about the case.
Okay.
I mean, it was just something that doesn't make sense. Overall, just so much of the case, what the police did, is it still crackling? Sorry, Tweety. What the police did or did not do, it never really added up. And I watched your face go slackjaw when verdict was read. There was just like this shock and discomfort on the entire panel. So
I was trying to work out how they could have gotten to that situation. It made no sense to me whatsoever. As Nick said, there was so much in terms of evidence to show that there was reasonable doubt that it's not funny. Like, I was fully expecting an acquittal.
Yeah, I thought that the only thing that I could possibly see the jury getting stuck on was stalking against Sadie. And that was only because if there was like spurned women in the jury, in an ugly breakup or something like that, I could definitely see them, leaning into the Sadie as a victim and like running with that. And
punishment by proxy, which we do unfortunately see in a lot of convictions and various things. So, and look, I honestly, that's sort of where I was leaning at the same time, because at the time, like on stream, before the verdict was read out, I had everyone on everyone on panel write down where they thought where they thought it was going to go, and by the time we got to the actual verdict, none of us had anything to say about it. But that's exactly where I was. I thought that maybe if he was going to get convicted, it was on the stalking charge, but that he'd get time served, basically, because of the last 2 years for however long, because of the mistrial and all that sort of thing.
Right.
And then when they came back, I was stunned is not the appropriate word, to be perfectly honest. It made no sense to me.
Well, I mean, you didn't get to see or discuss it because you were really watching the live stream and seeing what was done. But there were a bunch of motions even before the case, went to trial this time around that were denied, up to and including the fact that the Chief Justice in the Second District Court even told him that he had to recuse himself from making decisions on the case, and then went forward to make decisions to deny him habeas corpus and to then deny him change of venue, because so many of the people in the Second District Court were tied or tethered to this case. And I don't know how you can do that and then, to recuse yourself and make decisions, specifically, tethering, the defendant to the Second District Court, knowing full well that the whole district court is going to be affected by their relationship to the alleged victim in some way, shape, or form. And then, Milwaukee also hired his mother after he disappeared. She moved from Colorado and she was hired on as like a paralegal or whatever it was in the court system. And she had direct access to Nettie, who was the girl that had shown up on the night of the alleged disappearance. And so, after working, in reasonably close proximity with Gutierrez's mother, and then, meeting with Gravely privately, she changes her story, and it's such a messy case. Even if this went to the appellate court and the verdict was overturned, how is it even possible for them to get a fair trial? All these witnesses have all been tampered with, have all been worked by Gravely as a DA. I just don't see it being feasible.
No, I agree. And that's the issue with when you get to, so to speak, the larger issue. United States has elected prosecution. I even heard today not in the Letitia Stuff, but in the Laurie Bailey trial, the coroner is elected. How the flaming fuck do you elect a coroner?
That makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. What?
I have no idea.
But in my mind, if you elect someone, it should be a public office or anything, civil servant, or I have a hard time already with an elected district attorney because an election is a popularity contest.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want a popularity contest in justice. And then again, having a popular vote for a coroner. What the actual fuck?
Yeah, when do credentials really come into it? It doesn't seem to add up. Technically, judges are also elected officials in a lot of jurisdictions. Yeah. So, how do they weigh that? And I understand that you want to be able to fill those positions, but you can have a baseline of necessary credentials to qualify for the position, but that's it's still not necessarily getting the best person for the job, which is an unfortunate reality. It's somewhere between a popularity contest and who's willing to spend the most money on trying to get a person into a position.
That's just mind-boggling to me, how certain positions are elected. And as I understand that Kenosha has an elected district attorney.
Yep. Nick, it's been 4 hours and about 45 minutes.
Yeah.
I've been leaving my wife just upstairs with newborn for almost 5 hours, and it is her birthday. As much as I can continue to talk about this case, I do need to go take care of my family. So if you don't mind.
Yeah.
No, absolutely not. It's her birthday. You have a newborn. Get out of here.
All right. Again, thank you all. Thank you. You got us to 10,000. It's a huge benchmark. We do endlessly appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you for your support. We love you very much. And I appreciate you putting the good fight in and get the word out for all the work and time that you've put into this case.
Thank you, Solomon, for being who you are. Just that. And thank you for showing up. And now, go take care of your baby. Go take care of your wife. And I will continue on here. And with Aussie Overlaw'd.
I'm starting to think I'm going to have to go and get some work done, Nick. But
yeah.
It's,
all right. Thank you.
I hope that I could get, because I invited Nick and Danny on direct and other people, and Jeff the bitch just bailed out because I have work. Oh. oh, I will bully him to the next week with this for him not showing up. He's been telling people in his chat, oh, I have to get up early in the morning to get on my stream. And then, oh, I can't. Yeah. Either way, thank you so much for showing up. Get me an invite if you have something fun going on.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. And
yeah. It's always good. And congratulations, and we did well. Well done, chat. Very proud of you.
Very proud of chat. Thank you so much for the memberships. Thank you so much for the super chats. I appreciate it. But especially thank you for getting the Zachariah Andersons over 10,000. Because that, I'm not a poor man. I get by. I appreciate it. Zach needs this. That's it. And
that's what it really boils down to.
Yeah, that's what it boils down to. And yeah, I'm going to finish off this amazing bottle of Australian fruity wine. And I found a beer, a crocodile beer.
Oh dear. It's not crocodile tears, is it?
No, it's actually a Swedish beer named Crocodile and marketed as an Aussie beer. I haven't found Foster's yet.
You can't find it anywhere, and save yourself the trouble. If you really want to get the taste of Foster's, wait until that Aussie wine passes through you, collect the, you know what, it's roughly the same in terms of flavour.
Yeah.
And alcohol content.
You know what? I'm going to do my outro because, yeah, I'm getting way too drunk. We are almost 5 hours in. And thank you, Aussie. Thank you for everybody who has been on the chat, who has been on the chat, who has been on the stream, who has been a guest. And I see you today afternoon, where I'm supposed to make a 2 to 3 hour afternoon session of the Letitia Stout trial, which will be really interesting. But especially I see you on Wednesday when me and Steve Gosney are doing a discussion regarding weak DNA evidence versus strong DNA evidence. I hope to see you all. This is me wishing you a great day. Have fun, and I talk to you later.